formally call DISCON 2021 to order. Let's welcome District 3850 Governor, Luis Mariano Louis Gonzaga.
Mayong hapon. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, fellow Rotarians. With great pride and pleasure, I now call the District Conference 21 of the Rotary of the District 3850 to order.
Now it's time for all of us to begin this celebration and this togetherness. We begin with a prayer to be led for us by Rotary Club of Bacolod North. Let us welcome Rotarian Marshal Concon Pareño.
Let us remember that we're in the most holy presence of God. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father, thank you for hearing our prayer. Father, you are our God, our Savior, and our Lord. We thank you for your mercy that is new every morning, and we thank you for giving us more than what we deserve. We thank you, Lord, for allowing us to come together for our district convention, and we acknowledge your presence and your all-abounding love. Protect us and our family during this pandemic. Cover us with your blood and protect us by your name. Grant that as we Rotarians participate in this district convention, we can also share your love through our actions. May you continue to inspire and guide us in our endeavor in fighting COVID-19, ending polio, promoting peace, promoting clean water, supporting education, saving mothers and children, disaster response, and protecting the environment. May your love and peace be known to the world through the dedicated cause of Rotary. Father, we pray that you teach us to apply in our life the guiding principles of Rotary. Teach us to seek the truth. Teach us to be fair to all people. Teach us how to build goodwill and better friendship, and teach us how to be beneficial to the society. Fill our DISCON with your presence. Fill it with your wisdom, and fill it with your love. This we pray in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord, our Savior, and our brother. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit kong pagaw, ay hinagang tulakaw, want to be a Rotarian for the world. Make the Rotary flag be the flag of peace unfurled. I will serve my community, help to seek international unity. Through Rotary, I will dedicate my all. World understanding shall be my cherished goal. With the four-way test, I'll pursue my quest, and if I in a way help obtain peace in the world, then I won't have lived in vain.
Welcome one and all. Together with Sir Mel, I am Danny and we will be your MCs for today. Just to make sure that we are all ready and equipped, here are the following reminders to start our day. Let's start with our Zoom etiquettes.
Test the video and audio settings on your equipment.
Use a headphone with a microphone, not a speakerphone.
Find a quiet space away from distracting noise.
Use a plain or virtual background.
Provide a light on your face so you can be seen clearly.
Position yourself so the camera is seeing you from the chest or waist up.
Position your camera at the eye level.
Look into the camera when talking.
Focus on the agenda.
Speak clearly.
Mute your microphone when not talking.
Avoid multitasking.
Turn off notifications.
Remember, you are on camera. Refrain from private behavior.
And most especially, be yourself and have fun.
Moving on, our open forum guidelines. In the interest of open communications, the organizing committee wishes to provide you an opportunity to address our guest speakers and get additional information about their respective topics.
Take note of the allotted time for the open forum after each presentation.
Type in your questions through chat.
Identify yourself and your club you belong to.
Focus on the agenda.
Do ask short and direct questions.
Limit your key questions to 3.
Rotarian Robert Serrada, our moderator, will ensure that your questions reach our speaker in due time.
Unanswered questions will be sent to the respective speaker for replies. Also today, in between, we will have our raffle giveaways. Here are the guidelines.
Only those in Zoom are eligible to join the raffle.
Raffle is not sponsored, endorsed, administered, nor in any way associated with Zoom.
Winners are drawn electronically at random.
The name of the winner will be flashed on screen.
You have one chance to win daily.
And raffle items once won will be delivered to your doorstep.
Now to formally welcome everybody for DISCON 2021, our District Conference Chairperson, let's welcome Past President Roberto Bobby Tinsal.
Welcome, fellow Rotarians, to our District Convention for Rotary International District 3850. Once again, the threat of the coronavirus has prevented us from conducting our grand annual celebration of the culmination of this Rotary year. At the start of our year, District Governor Louie and your convention committee began making plans to make this event enjoyable, with the convention theme, The Fun District Celebrating in Negros. We discussed ideas for the meeting of old acquaintances and greeting new Rotarians, the fellowship night, the district awards, the eating, the merrymaking, and the presentation of our future district leaders. And just like the rest of the world, we hoped and we prayed that this pandemic would go away after a few months, maybe just in time for our district convention. Even up until a month ago, we were still ready for a blended district convention with limited face-to-face participation. Then came the second wave. So here we are finally doing this in full virtual mode. We acknowledge the difficulty of getting you to attend this district convention on screen when you would rather be watching a movie, a sporting event, or your favorite Korean telenovela. But for today and tomorrow, may we ask you to take a break from your daily Netflix fare to keep abreast, not just with Rotary business, but also with relevant and pressing issues affecting your family and every Filipino family in our country. We have invited very qualified and credible speakers who will enlighten us on their views on business, economy, health, and the impact of the pandemic on our social, economic, and personal lives. What our speakers have to say will surely challenge us to redefine our roles and responsibilities as Rotarians in this new order of things. As I welcome you all to our district convention, let us gather together and continue to strengthen our goals and to work together in the pursuit of helping build better communities. This year's Rotary theme, Rotary Opens Opportunities, challenges us to find ways to think out of the box on how to continue our service to others under this new normal. Rotary International is an organization that has survived countless world crises during its long history. This is because of the formidable spirit of Rotarians like us who always rise to the challenge. So my fellow Rotarians, let us rise and adapt. Let us continue to celebrate life. Let us continue to celebrate Rotary.
non-government organizations have been proven to be a necessity in societies throughout the modern world. The Rotary and its chapters, as we all know, have been an indispensable partner of the government in achieving society's multifaceted development goals. The COVID-19 pandemic, as we now all know, aggravated the present and the pre-existing conditions that were underway before this crisis. Thus, your district's vision to serve in the area of literacy, health, and disaster response has never been more relevant than it is now. The theme, Rotary Opens Opportunities, has to be given new meaning, considering the present circumstances. Our current state of affairs may be difficult, but such should not deter us from finding more ways to provide opportunities for those in dire need thereof. Congratulations on our virtual district conference. Indeed, the pandemic and its limitations should not be a reason to dampen the Rotary's commitment to serve communities. Thank you for having me. May the good Lord continue to bless all our endeavors.
In behalf of the Bacolod City Lone Congressional District, I would like to welcome the 1,400 Rotarians who are participating in Rotary's virtual district conference. Delegates coming from Iloilo, Panay, Negros Occidental, Zamboanga, Ozamis, and Basilan will be participating in this activity starting today until tomorrow. Personally, isa po tayo sa mga naging benepisyaryo ng programa ng Rotary Club way back in my student years. I was a participant to Rotary's Boys and Girls Week celebration, as well as nakasali din po tayo sa Academic Excellence Contest ng Rotary Club. So I can personally say na malaking bagay yung nagawa ng Rotary because those experiences hindi ko po malilimutan hanggang ngayon. It opened my eyes to governance and a lot of things that are happening within our government. So I would like to personally thank Rotary Club sa mga ginagawa ninyo. Not just sa mga estudyante, but no less sa ating mga depressed communities, sa mga areas na kailangan ng tulong. So maraming salamat po sa Rotary Club for doing this sa lahat po ng mga nangangailangan. When I got the letter from District Governor Louis Gonzaga, I consider it as my honor and it is an opportunity for me to welcome all of you to this virtual district conference. Kahit na nasa gitna tayo ng pandemic, magagawan pa rin ang paraan under the new normal na magkaroon ng ganitong mga conferences. So again, Rotary Club, maraming salamat, more power, patuloy po tayong mag-ingat, and God bless.
Hi, Bacolod has always been a Rotary base. We have not seen any time in Bacolod where we did not feel the presence of Rotary. You had always been here. We knew you were around. And it is uplifting that at a time like this, you are here with us, telling us that you are true friends because in good times and in bad times, you're here. At a time like this, surely your presence is inspiring. And I'm glad to know that your vision will focus on literacy, disaster response, and health. I believe that's a bullseye. When you talk of literacy, of course, it's a process that will never stop. and we know if you're there, it will never stop. Then disaster response, which used to be something that was contingent or tentative, now we think of it as something that is reality that we have to focus in. And of course, when you talk about health, at no other time in our lives have we been that conscious of our health, and that is where Rotary comes again to be that relevant. Your theme, opening opportunities, is just so relevant. We know that over the years in the past, Rotary has created opportunities. We know that today you continue to provide opportunities, and for sure we can see that Rotary will be opening opportunities in the future, and that is what exactly our people need today. We need opportunities, we need people who will give us opportunities, and this is where Rotary had become even more relevant and significant. So you're staying here, or we cannot meet face to face, but the mere fact that you have chosen Bacolod to be the host is symbolism that indeed Rotary is here to stay, and Rotary is here to make lives better for us in Bacolod and in the whole District 3850. Mabuhay ang Rotary, and welcome to Bacolod. Thank you for giving us another reason to smile.
Dear friends in Rotary, a district conference is an important meeting that brings Rotary leaders together and help us prepare for the great challenges ahead. These are challenging times, and Rotary has a special place in helping communities and the world cope with crisis and prepare for future challenges. It is important that we focus on our core values of fellowship, integrity, leadership, service, and diversity, because these values remain constant as the world is changing. And the world is changing rapidly. Even before COVID-19, people were starting to move away from some of the traditions that defines Rotary clubs. The old ways, where regular lunch meetings are going more and more away. They will be replaced by different and unique ways of maintaining contact. Younger generations have grown up with the digital world, and they have a strong desire for service and connections. But they don't want to wait. They want to play a meaningful role right now. And if Rotary cannot provide it, they will form their own types of connections. This is a great opportunity for Rotary. Some may complain that the new Rotary does not look like their old Rotary. And that's okay. But Paul Harris understood that change is necessary long ago. He said, we have to be revolutionary from time to time. And now is the time to be revolutionary. And one way we will do it is by creating new different club models and rethink what it means to be in Rotary. Young people should be the architects of these new clubs. We need a younger Rotary and a more diverse Rotary. We must make diversity a strength. And this means looking for new ways to find people who are a good fit for Rotary clubs, while appreciating that diversity means different things in every part of the world. We must take an international approach and ensure that every club embraces diversity in the way that it's most meaningful for their members. And a key part of this is increasing the number and role of women in Rotary everywhere. And I'm proud that Jennifer Jones will be our president 2022-2023. In the next Rotary term, 9 positions on the board of directors will be held by women. It's a great progress that we need to see all across our clubs. And we must never forget that Rotary helps build leaders, and we have an obligation to share this thread with everyone who has the talent and inclination to lead, regardless of their background. And we must show leadership by speaking out against discrimination in all forms everywhere in the world. Rotary is not political and must remain that way. However, Rotarians have a duty to speak our values everywhere they are treated. Discrimination is never acceptable in Rotary. Another way we live up to our values is to focus on the future and ensure that Rotary clubs are prepared to evolve. Every Rotary club needs their own vision, their own plan. I would like every Rotary club to have a strategic meeting at least once a year. Each club should be asking where they want to be in 5 years and know what value it brings to members. It is so important we help build this new Rotary for a new age, because Rotary is not just a club that you join. Rotary is an invitation to endless opportunities. Rotary service, large and small, brings hope to people who need our help. And because of this, Rotary opens opportunities for us to live a richer, more meaningful life with friends around the world, based on our core values. Everything we do opens another opportunity for someone, somewhere. As I like to say, Rotary opens opportunities. This is a moment for everyone in Rotary to step up and lead. I hope you make the most of it. Thank you.
Fellow transforming governors, esteemed past district governors, transforming leaders of the district, transforming presidents, fellow Rotarians, good afternoon. Today, we celebrate the emergence of a new Rotarian, a Rotarian who has overcome insurmountable challenges that made the old ways of doing good obsolete and unviable. It even seems that it will be a long while before we will enjoy our next few district conferences the way we did them in the past. Today, we begin a district conference that will be just as informative, just as personal, and still full of bonhomie, albeit under a new normal. Now, over the past year, we underwent a rapid and visible transformation as Rotarians, holding on to our motto, service above self, while we discarded many of the old traditions. We no longer had our meetings in a defined place. Our fellowships took a different form. We no longer got together in person for seminars and trainings. All these had to be put aside because of a pandemic. Today's Rotarian has to rely on new technology, just as new technology is being created to address the very reason for our existence. This weekend, our district conference is a celebration of both the transformation and the victory of the Rotarian. The victory of the Rotarian's will and desire to serve and do good amidst adversity. Together, we rose above the fears and restrictions of this pestilence and moved to serve above self. What we have undertaken and achieved in the past 10 months is beyond heroic. And if I made it my mission to visit each club in our district, it was because you all inspired me to be part of your front lines. When I enjoined you this term, you showed the courage to go out under limited and cautious circumstances to help our communities. You began by distributing basic needs, face masks, shields, personal protective equipment, food, educational materials for children, and many more. But you did not stop there. You moved further and fearlessly encouraged your communities that there is a new life to be lived and a new way of living. In fact, your finest hour happened when you put to productive use all the global grant projects that you had in supporting the needs of your communities. I witnessed you recognize your citizens in Barangay Divisoria, Zamboanga City, as they graduated from a technical vocational project of the Rotary Club of Zamboanga City North, bread and pastry making and tailoring. The Rotary Club of Zamboanga City West kept me busy visiting various schools involved in food processing, dressmaking, together with bread and pastry making. The Rotary Club of Zamboanga City West made me realize why its hydroponics project was award-winning, as well as its bakery project. I took pride when the Rotary Club of Zamboanga City turned over to its medical center the very first ambulance unit servicing COVID frontliners. In the hinterlands of Capiz, Rotary Club of Rojas showed me the maternity clinics and the water supply projects that help preserve lives and improve livelihood. Meanwhile, the Rotary Club of Pagadian effectively continues to train senior high school students in automotive maintenance repair, another one of our global grant projects. And in every community served by these projects, I caught sight of the impact on its residents as they too progressed beyond the limitations of this pandemic. I refer to the creation of a Rotary Community Corps from the many projects of the Rotary Club of Zamboanga City West. Congratulations to past President Nanding Camba for organizing this new Rotary Community Corps. Now, your club has an extension that can further increase the impact of your projects to these communities. In Barangay Shantytown, the Rotary Community Corps of Zamboanga City Central brilliantly arranged and assigned furniture and handicraft to the men and gardening, tailoring to the ladies, whereas the youth were taught how to produce high-value vegetables in available patches of land. My fellow Rotarians, the creation and organization of the Rotary Community Corps is one of the many ways we can expand our reach in spite of this pestilence. This is our unmistakable response to the challenges and our inimitable manner of defining livelihood in the new normal. Remember when President Holger Kanak announced that the environment is our 7th area of focus? Our district was out there in force. I joined the Rotary Club of the Pitans Mangrove Planting in reviving a dead pond. The Rotary clubs of Negros were all over the island, cleaning up, planting trees, mangroves as well. In fact, let me recognize the Rotary Club of Bacolod in its continuous rounds of the city's barangays, serving and processing free drinking water to its residents. Again, my fellow Rotarians, these are but a few of the numerous examples of triumph over obstacles and the enhancement of lives in our respective adopted areas. And as we held our own versus this virus, we fearlessly assisted our communities. I experienced an even stronger feeling of trust and friendships in my visits to your clubs. Our fellowships were never diminished. On the contrary, we cemented our relationships. And despite all the restrictions, I was keen on visiting the clubs, meeting each and every one of you in person, because this is an indispensable activity of fellowship which distinctly brands us as Rotarians. After all, every Rotarian knows how to take precautions. During the club visits, I made it a point to meet with Rotaractors. We shared and talked about insights, especially with regards to getting ready for the Rotary year 2022-2023. I am encouraged and confident that our Rotaract clubs will level up and ready to partner with us in service. Through the past year, mostly everyone looked forward to a series of events in our district, the Fun District. Sadly, these were either canceled, postponed, or reconfigured to comply with the needs of the times. And yet, Rotarians festooned towns with billboards and posters, either celebrating the end of polio, a club's special milestone, or even just a Rotarian's special achievement. From Antique to Zamboanga to Basilan, the presence of Rotary was noticeable. Allow me to mention a special public image project, Rotary Club of Dipolog's Rotary Park. Strategically placed in the corner of the city's boulevard, it is filled with exercise equipment for adults and seniors alike. With the lead of past District Governor Lyndon Sidiat and the support of President Jerry and the Rotary Club of Dipolog, the partnership between Dipolog City and the Rotary Club of Dipolog was brought into being. And so, as we mark the closing of Rotary year 2020-2021, our district has yet again maintained its sense of harmony and leadership as it moves toward the future. Last February, our district nominating committee convened and elected our district governor nominee designate for the Rotary year 2023-2024 in the person of past President Maria Esther Mate Espina from the Rotary Club of Bacolod Central. And just like in the past 15 years, we have let the position seek the person. Just as District 3850 continues to rally behind the leadership of its chosen. Today, it is with great pride that announced the appointment as well of our own district governor nominee designate, Mate Espina, as Assistant Regional Public Image Coordinator for the Rotary year 2021-2022. She joins another son of District 3850 who is currently serving as Assistant Regional Public Image Coordinator, our own past District Governor, Ronnie Gabalda. With both of them, our district can look forward to many public image projects and events. In presenting all these actions, projects, and services by our clubs, I am overflowing with esteem and honor. These were not ordinary feats. These were insurmountable achievements amidst the challenges of a lockdown, the limits of a restriction, and the fears of infection. Fellow Rotarians, our capability has been tested. Not only did we survive, we have set a new standard for the Rotarian in a pandemic. Let me start off with membership. We managed to retain our members. We are now 55 clubs strong, with an additional satellite club. I have also appointed past District Governor Toto Cualocsin as my GSR to organize a Rotary Club in Pavia, Iloilo. Today, we have 42 Rotaract clubs with a net growth of almost 10%. Among these new Rotaract clubs is a club chartered by another Rotaract club, the first ever in Philippine Rotary. Today, we have the highest growth of Rotaractors among the 10 Philippine districts. Congratulations, DRR Jeric Chua. Furthermore, to reinforce and assure leadership ascendancy in our district, we are establishing the Rotary Leadership Institute as the Center for Leadership Education in our district, and this will be open to all Rotarians. A few days ago, I became aware of a growing movement in our country, the emergence of the community pantry. I witnessed our citizens helping hungry citizens. Even I was approached in our barangay to help. Fellow Rotarians, let us join this worthy cause. Let us organize our clubs, our Rotary Community Corps, to be the driving force for feeding our hard-pressed neighbors in our own little way. Next, an update on our TRF campaign. As a start, and for the first time ever, we have set up the District 3850 Endowment Fund worth $34,000. Past District Governor Lyndon helped establish this fund, to which many Rotarians made their contributions. Being a permanent fund, we envision it to grow with your generous backing and unceasing sustenance. At the beginning of the year, our district committed to an official annual fund target of $130,000. To date, we are nearing the target. In Polio Plus, we targeted for $15,000. We are also close to this target, and I commit to more, an additional $5,000. However, as a challenge, and I shared this with you in the past, I dared myself a target of 202,021 annual giving. With 2 months to go, I am confident that we will hit this target. Fellow Rotarians, for my going away present, help me achieve our bigger target. Together, let us enlarge our kitty for more global grants. Let us carry on our support to the neediest communities. Let us persist in standing up for what we think, say, and do. But before I close, allow me to recognize the other members of our district who are now in top positions in Rotary International. Let me start with our very own District Rotary Foundation Committee Chairman, past District Governor Jude Doctora, who also is the chairman of the Philippine College of Rotary Governors. We also recognize past District Governor James Macasyar, who is the Assistant Regional Rotary Foundation Coordinator. We also recognize past District Governor Mark Ortiz, Assistant Regional Coordinator. Our very own past District Governor Oliver Ong has recently been appointed as Assistant Regional Coordinator for membership. Many more Rotarians from our district who are being appointed to leadership positions in Rotary International. I fervently hope one day soon that an RI director will originate from our district. Well, it looks like the future is bright, but it would be best, or even brighter, as Jose Rizal once said, to look back at where you come from so you know how to get to your destination. Please join me in honoring and praying for our beloved brothers and sisters in Rotary who have gone ahead. They helped our district to grow and have provided genuine examples of service above self. Until we meet again. And in closing, I can see our district continues to grow. And so, I look forward to a more robust fellowship, a deeper commitment to projects, a harmonious synchronicity among clubs, and the rise of a new Rotarian. District 3850, you make me proud. Madamo gid nga salamat. Muchísimas gracias. Daghang salamat. Many, many thanks.
Congratulations, Governor Louie, for your outstanding State of your District address. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak before you today. From the conversation I had with Governor Louie a few days ago, I can feel his excitement and how proud he was with the DISCON organization committee. Congratulations, DISCON Chair Bobby Tinsay, and to your team and to the host club for having this great DISCON. For this Rotary year, I'm supposed to be with you Do I have to Congratulations, Governor Louie, for your outstanding State of the District address. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak before you today. From the conversation I had with Governor Louie a few days ago, I can feel his excitement and how proud he was to the DISCON Organizing Committee. Congratulations, DISCON Chair Bobby Tinsay, and to your team and to the host club for having this great DISCON. For this Rotary year, I'm supposed to be with you here in this beautiful city of Bacolod for the TRF Recognition Night in November, together with past RA President and TRF Trustee Ian Risley from Australia. And again today, for your DISCON, to meet the new RCCs. By the way, I am also a frequent guest of this City of Smiles during my JC's days. Speaking of TRF, I would like to congratulate the district for short of achieving your TRF goal. However, Governor Louie, as he mentioned earlier, also whispered to me that he's still hoping and praying that there will be more kind-hearted Rotarians who will contribute before the end of June. Governor Louie, you rallied all Rotarians, especially the district leadership team, the transforming club presidents and club officers, to enhance your brand of unity and friendship and to open opportunities through whatever available technology or indigenous methods of communicating despite the quarantines and closed neighborhoods. Yes, despite the lockdowns and travel restriction, you were able to personally visit several clubs. I salute you for that. You told me that there is no substitute for a face-to-face with our fellow Rotarians and be able to shake their hands with wholehearted commitment and by being the inspirations, confident, coach, and best friend that you promised to exemplify, you hope that Rotarians will also do so. You envision that by the end of this year, together, you shall establish a unique brand of transformational leadership in Rotary. Transforming presidents, the new members that you have brought this year is your legacy. Each smile that you brought out to all the beneficiaries is your trophy. And each dollar that the Rotarians willingly gave to the Rotary Foundation is your blessing to humanity. With each job you created or preserved, you made the teeth in the Rotary wheel shine and radiate to our economy. Transforming Governor Louie, each project of the clubs in its area of focus, like the spokes in the Rotary wheel, you held the district and club together. You held the district and club together, shared in the burden of the people, and transferred the Rotary values to the community. My dear Rotarians of District 3850, each and every one of you made your governor proud, steadfast, and joyful, because truly you are the key way in that Rotary wheel that keeps Rotary in motion. Proudly wear the Rotary pin close to your heart of gold. This is your mark of excellence in service above self. And before I end, allow me to share with you one very important joint RA Board and TRF Trustees resolution taken up during the December 2020 board meeting. RI and TRF created a joint task force that will help guide in upcoming efforts to distribute the COVID-19 vaccines and advocate for people to get vaccinated. In a joint message of RA President Holger and TRF Trustee Chair, past RA President Rabi, and I quote, "Help us combat the powerful force of vaccine resistance and misinformation. Our advocacy in the communities will be critical. We need to spread the message about the power of vaccine. You save lives," unquote. Following the call to action, we also created a task force here in our country, and I would like to express my thanks to PDG Jude, District Governor nominee Mate, for being involved in coming out with slogans on the public image materials. Si Ronnie Gabalda is also included in the committee, by the way. Vaccine works, and Polio Now campaign is our testament. Thanks to all of you who attended the town hall a few days ago on the launching of the Philippine Rotary Vaccination Campaign. Congratulations again. Daghang salamat. Mabuhay ang District 3850. Salamat sa inyong tanan at sa inyong katapatan sa Rotary. God bless District 3850 and our country. Salamat po.
Every year, as Rotary districts convene, we the members can be certain of two things: a lot of fellowship and more fellowship. The tradition of fellowship nights have been with Rotary since the 1950s, emphasizing and applying the principles of goodwill and better friendships.
So this year, we would have seen the extraordinary talent of District 3850, but the demands of the time inhibit the showcase the organizing committee eagerly prepared for. But as they say, creativity doesn't wait for that perfect moment. It fashions its own perfect moment out of the ordinary ones.
So for this year's district conference, the organizing committee made sure that the neon lights are still shining bright on Broadway.
So let's start our walk along the Great White Way with our first musical.
Miss Saigon is a musical based on Giacomo Puccini's 1904 opera, Madame Butterfly, and similarly tells the tragic tale of a doomed romance involving Kim, a 17-year-old South Vietnamese bar girl, abandoned by Chris, her lover, a U.S. Marine. After the wedding, Kim and Chris vow to remain together amidst the uncertainties of the times.
In a place that won't let us feel, in a life nothing seems real, I have found you. I have found you.
In a world that's moving too fast, in a world where nothing can last, I will hold you. I will hold you.
Our lives will change when tomorrow comes.
Tonight our hearts round a distant drums,
And we have music go bright, sharing the night.
a song played on a solo saxophone,
Crazy
a
sound
lonely sound, a cry that tells us love goes on and on, played on a solo saxophone. It's telling me to hold you tight and dance like it's the last night of the world.
on the other side of the earth. There's a place when life still has worth. I will take you.
I'll go with you.
You won't believe all the things you see. I know 'cause you see the world with me. If we're together,
That's where we'll hear it again. A song played on a solo saxophone, a crazy sound, a lonely sound, a cry that tells us love goes on and on, played on a solo saxophone. It's telling me to hold you tight and dance like it's the last night of the world. Dreams were all I ever knew.
dreams we won't need when I'm through.
Anywhere we may be, I will sing with you a song. Stay with me and hold me tight and dance like it's the last night of the
Man of La Mancha is a 1965 musical based on a teleplay by Dale Wasserman and a novel by Miguel de Cervantes, which tells the story of the mad knight Don Quixote as a play within a play, performed by Cervantes and his fellow prisoners as he awaits a hearing with the Spanish Inquisition. In one of the scenes, Aldonza, or Dulcinea, encounters Quixote in the courtyard and confronts him. Quixote does his best to explain the ideals he follows and the quest he is on.
To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, and to run where the brave dare not go, to ride the unridable wall, to love pure and chaste from afar, to try when your arms are too weary to reach the unreachable star. This is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without question or pause, to be willing to march into hell for that heavenly cause. And I know if I'll only be true to this glorious quest, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm led to my rest. And the world will be better for this, that one man scorned and covered with scars still strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable star.
To introduce DISCON 2021's very first speaker, let's welcome the President of Rotary Club of Bacolod North, Rotarian Romulo Romy Lopez.
Good afternoon and warm greetings, my fellow Rotarians. We are all indeed very privileged and excited to have a very seasoned speaker for our first talk this afternoon. I'm sure you'll all agree that this pandemic has brought about many changes in practically all aspects of our lives. From our relationships with our friends, co-workers, even to family, to work and school arrangements, to how we conduct our business and social activities, to name a few. This change, we have to admit, has brought about some degree of internal and external conflict. To help us navigate through this new normal is a certified trainer and trainer of trainers. He has conducted hundreds of change management programs in over 45 countries over a span of 25 years. He is a multi-platform communicator and facilitator, engaging in workshops, events, tri-media, social media, and publications to facilitate social, institutional, and individual change. Our speaker holds an executive master in business administration from Tsinghua University in Beijing and INSEAD Business School based in Fontainebleau, France. He also holds an executive master in change degree from INSEAD in Singapore. Currently, he is taking up his doctorate degree in communications at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. A former world president of ISEC International, a finisher of the 6 World Marathon Majors, and a father of 5. He considers himself a lifelong learner in leading others amidst a changing and often chaotic environment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present the Chairman and Chief Disturber of Business Works Incorporated, our speaker, Mr. Anthony Pangilinan.
Maraming salamat to the Rotarians and congratulations for this event. I'm sorry I wasn't dressed on a Broadway. Medyo dressed down ako ng kaunti. Nevertheless, I celebrate with you today. So I just wanted to confirm in the chat box, could you tell me that my audio is fine? Is that okay? Could you please tell me that I'm fine? Just to make sure that I have no... Good. Thank you. Maraming salamat. So the new normal, that's the buzzword, if there is such a thing. I'm just looking at my left side, road by my home, and this is where I run with my wife Maricel. And that's new. I mean, she probably ran once a week, maybe twice a month. Same time last year. But one day she decided during the pandemic, aaraw-arawin na raw niya. Kami naman na-inspire sa pamilya. After a while, na-encourage kami na sumama sa kanya. And then, eventually, na-annoy na kami kasi seryoso pala siya. Right? That was a change in habit, guys. In this pandemic and beyond, we do not rise to the level of our visions. James Clear, Atomic Habits, we fall down to the level of our habits and our systems. So can you please tell your fellow Rotarian, mag-exercise ka na. Come on, send a message in the chat box. Mag-exercise ka na. Part of the new normal. O, balikan nyo si Eric na nagsabing mag-exercise na. Tell them, mag-diet ka na. Mag-diet ka na. Come on. Living the new normal in every area of our lives. You know, I conduct quite a number of balance of life, time management, stress management seminars here and abroad. Local companies, international companies, multinational organizations, startups. And one of the questions that's asked of me always, Anthony, how do I divide my time between my work and my family? Paano ba? Tapos, ikaw, meron ka pang mga marathon na nagagawa. How do you do that? How do you find time? May oras ka pa. May lakas ng loob ka pa, ng katawan ka pa para mag-marathon. You know what? I have to tell them from the beginning. The only reason why I have time for my family and my company is because I give time to me. Kaya ako nagkakapanahon dahil may oras ako para mag-marathon. Because when I run, and this is something I picked up from my cousin Manny Pangilinan, MVP, I am more aware, more awake, mas listo, mas gising. It was MVP after beating me in a game of squash who told me, Anthony, fitness is not negotiable to productivity. Aray. Sabi niya, you're 20 years younger than me, sabi ni MVP sa akin, and you're not fit. Woo! That was a wake-up call. I mean, he is. I think MVP 75. I'm 56 right now. But I thank him. That was about 15 years ago when he told me to go back. So anyway, when they ask me, paano nga ba i-divide ang buhay between work and family, I tell them, pre-pandemic, but even more so now, is that you cannot survive if you divide your life between your work and family. Wrong question. It's not two areas. It's a minimum of 3, life balance. A program I studied over 25 years ago. If you're gonna divide your time, even today in this pandemic, it's gotta be professional. O sige, isa na yan. Relational, pamilya, komunidad natin. Pero pinaka-importante yung personal. In this new normal and beyond, if you do not spend time with yourself, for yourself, if you don't pour into you, then there is nothing else to offer anybody else. Ano pang ibibigay mo kung pigang-piga ka na? Kung walang-wala ka na, kung pagod na pagod ka na? It is not selfishness, it is wisdom to pour in. Ano ba ang pour in? Exercise, sabi na nga natin, diet siguro, mag-aral, magbasa, magpahinga, magdasal. All these things fill us. And then when we fill ourselves, we can say with David in Psalm 23, then my cup runneth over. It pours out to my family, my company, to Rotary, to everything else. Welcome to our session today. And I hope I disturb you. I was introduced as a chief disturber. That is right. It's not distributor. It's not disburser. It's disturber. Dr. Margaret Wheatley, we cannot change any organization. We cannot change even one person. We can only disturb. And by disturb, she meant you can influence, you can motivate, you can add information. Pwede mong takutin, pwede mong puwersahin, pero hindi mo pwedeng baguhin dahil ang pagbabago ng gagaling sa taong gusto. So, for the next 20 plus more minutes, bilis ng oras, ano? Let me hopefully positively disturb you. The first thought, no, nakailan na tayo. Something I wanna set as a foundation is the fact that we're all leaders. Can we just be clear about that? Na lahat po tayo leader. Lahat po tayo influencer. Dr. John Maxwell reminds us, leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. I think we can have this on screen if we have PowerPoint. Leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. And can I just tell you this? Ever since you were conceived, ever since your parents found out that you were in the tummy, you already started your influence. That's the case for the last of my kids, who came 10 years after the second to the last. It was a surprise. Pero nung nalaman namin na buntis na naman si Maricel, oh my God, nagbagong budget, nagbagong plano ng bahay. You know, we were building this home. Nagbago ang activities namin. She had to step back from triathlons. And then it hit me. The one influencing was who? Solana, our youngest child, yet unborn. You were an influencer since you were in the tummy of your mommy. Now, that's not an issue whether you are an influencer leader, but I hope you and I will struggle for the rest of our lives. Am I growing, and where am I going? Because a lot of leaders are losing it because they're not taking care of it. Whatever you don't use, you lose. And where are we going in this time of darkness? Sana po nasa tama tayong direksyon. I just remembered my dad was with Rotary Diliman. And I remember decades ago, I headed this student organization and I was trying to figure out how to resuscitate one of our branches, one of our local chapters. It was a university. And then he saw me, parang pagod na. puyat na, trying to think of ways to resuscitate one of our chapters. Then he asked me, how long have you been investing in this chapter? Sabi ko, Dad, mga 2 years. How have they been responding? Dad, they've not. It's been a challenge. Buti nga, humihinga pa. Anong sabi niya sa akin? Donato Pangilinan, President of Rotary Diliman, for quite some time said, let it die. Sabi ko, Dad, let it die. Sabi niya, kung ayaw talaga mabuhay, let it die. Sabi niya, every day, all over the world, so many chapters of Rotary are being born, but a lot are also dying. Eh kung talaga namang ayaw, pabayaan mo na yan. Someday, someone from within will want it to rise again. And true enough, that's what happened. Pinabayaan ko, namatay siya. After 2-3 years, people realized what the loss was and they resuscitated that chapter and they are alive again. I cannot change you, I can only disturb you. You're all leaders. I hope that we are growing and today's an opportunity and we are committed that we are going in the right direction. I'd like to share a framework, simple framework, just 3 points from Peter Senge of MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Let me stretch this rubber band. Sabi niya, you stretch a rubber band, okay? As I am doing right now. Sabi niya, the upper portion is the vision, the lower portion is your reality. Okay? Vision. And then, there is a pull, right? There is tension, but the tension is called creative tension because that creative tension, that pull, is forcing you to move your reality towards the vision. So I want to just share 3 things. Number 1 is accept the brutal facts, which is the reality, anticipate a brighter future, which is the vision, and act with bold faith, which is the plan of action. ABF times 3. ABF times 3. Let's watch this though as we begin. Can we watch this? This is a reminder to us all. Can we play this video? Are we okay with this video? Wow. I hope you got that. So the mentor thought this guy was way off, right? In the target. Eh yung pala, may plano. So, napaka-importante po that we all listen to our apprentices. Because we, even as mentors and leaders, have a lot to learn. Let's go. Number 1. Accept the brutal facts. Thank you, Eric. I agree with you. An amazing video, isn't it? No? Learning is a two-way street, indeed. Please feel free to comment in the chat box. Accept the brutal facts. So this is actually from Jim Collins, author of the book Good to Great, Built to Last, How the Mighty Fall, Great by Choice, a $250,000 per engagement leadership guru. I asked him, I said, Jim, what's this accept the brutal facts? And he said, it's the number 1 thing that he found in common of all the top leaders that he had engaged with in the past decades. Not the beautiful facts, because everybody knows the beautiful facts. And we have enough PR companies to talk about the beautiful facts. But the brutal facts come from our employees, from our spouses, from our kids, from those who know us best. Have you accepted the brutal facts about this pandemic? I was asked by JC's International, how do I see the situation? Sabi ko, it sucks. S-U-C-K-S, di ba? Sucks. S. Simultaneous fires. Hindi mo alam kung saan nanggagaling. S-U. The unknown. Right? You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Is it another lockdown here in Manila? I know it can be quite a challenge also there in Bacolod, in Cebu, certainly. S-U-C. Chaos. Hindi lang crisis, chaos. S-U-C-K. Ito. Knowledge gap. Knowledge vacuum. Knowledge black hole. Ano ba ang totoo? Kasi hindi na nga natin alam, di ba? Sucks. S. Suffering. Widespread suffering. And not just in a material sense. Rick Warren, someone I looked up to and someone I've spent time with, author of The Purpose-Driven Life. He said this, 2021, get ready. He calls it a tsunami of grief. Maglalabasan na. Because 2020, pigil tayong lahat eh. Ngayon, lalabas at lalabas na ang katotohanan. The people we were not able to say goodbye to, right? Our loved ones that we've not been able to see, the business we were not able to mourn over. So the suffering is widespread. It sucks. But the first responsibility of leadership, legendary leadership guru Max Dupree, is to define reality. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Kaya nga may SWOT analysis, kaya may force field analysis, di ba? What's going for and against us. Eh, dapat ganun din tayo sa sarili natin buhay. I just finished a coaching program I designed the other day to offer my partners and clients. And this coaching program is for me. And maybe for some of you, it's really how to lead and how to lead leaders today, because the formulas have completely changed. I mean, how can I engage when I have issues with my spouse beside me? What can I do when half of my staff are unable to connect? What about those who are struggling financially? How can they perform productively? And what are the impact of the upcoming elections next year? My gulay. I mean, that context is the context where we live. As NGO leaders, as business people, as entrepreneurs, as parents. Wrong diagnosis, wrong prescription. Wrong prescription, wrong treatment. Wrong treatment, expiration of the patient. So please tell your fellow Rotarian, magpa-diagnose ka na. Come on, tell your seatmate. Magpa-diagnose ka na. But you don't get stuck with the brutal facts. See? Accept the brutal facts. Importante yan. Pero anticipate a brighter future. If I'm going to live in the new normal, I must remember that I need hope. And I must be a dispenser of hope. You focus on the shit grows. You focus on the solutions grow. The power of a vision. There was this slide I wasn't able to show earlier, Keanu. I think the slide on leadership intervention. Can you show that, please? The power of a vision. How does a vision influence an individual? Okay? There is a thought. That thought enters a mind. If the mind allows it to, by the way, because the mind screens, right? And then those ideas, if allowed, become thoughts. Are you following? Those thoughts impact feelings. The feelings lead to actions, and the actions determine results. Now, why is leadership so important? Why are you as an influencer so important? Because you are the ones who influence people to screen their ideas. Because an idea is not a thought. The idea must first enter a mind. And a lot of mindsets today are closing themselves to solutions and new ideas to survive. Please correct the spelling of the surname of the speaker. Thank you. So nangyayari dito, napaka-importante ng leadership kasi if you're an influencer, then you influence the way I think, right? And if this great idea enters my mind because you influenced me, it becomes my thought leads to my feelings impact my actions, and actions determine results. But if you do not influence me, negative ideas that come, sometimes I don't even screen, right? I allow them to enter my mind, they become my thoughts. O, paano yan? Negative thoughts, negative feelings, negative actions, negative results. That's why a vision is so powerful, kasi kung anong inisip mo, siyang mararamdaman mo, igagalaw mo, at resulta ng buhay mo. What do you have to unlearn as a leader? What are those thoughts pre-pandemic that have to go? What new ideas should we welcome? You know, I struggled last year for the first 9 months, right? From March to October, November, I think. Actually, Feb pa lang, nagkaroon na kami ng cancellation of events, you know? But you know, I observed my kids. And thank God I learned from my kids. I've got a 24, a 22, a 21, a 19, and a 9. Yung first 4, pinag-aralan ko yung 4 na yun. Lahat sila lumago sa negosyo during the pandemic. And so I studied their ways. But that meant I had to let go of some of my old ways. But the mind conceives, the body achieves. It's a scary dream, the body will react. At kung ganun katindi ang isang panaginip, minsan mababangungot pa, di ba? Did you know that the mind can tell the body to die and the body will die? But what if the mind tells the body to live and to live abundantly? What are the possibilities? And that is a function of leadership. Nabigyan natin ng pag-asa, una ang sarili natin sa ating pag-iisip, ang ating pamilya, ang ating komunidad, ang ating kumpanya, ang ating bansa, ang ating mundo. Rotarians, you are influencers. Are you dispensers of hope? I've had a chance to train in over 50 countries. Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, Latin America. Can I tell you this? One day I wrote this down in my notes. The top complainers are always the least producers. In every institution, every country I have visited, the top complainers are always the least producers. That's why I personalize it. The more I complain, the less I produce. Because the more I complain, I become part of the problem, not the solution. It's not just what, though, that you envision, but it's how. I remember seeking advice from one of my spiritual advisors. I had 5 options to take, you know, on a business direction, media, something to do with entrepreneurship, another had to do with working with this company. And I said, can you help me figure out God's will among these 5? What is His will for me? Because I really want to know His will. I want to do His will. You know, he laughed at me. His name's George. Sabi niya, Anthony, can I be honest with you? Okay, please. Sabi niya, I don't think God gives a damn. Kung gusto kong malaman ang kalooban niya, I want to know His will, and you telling me He doesn't give a damn? He doesn't care? He said, I don't think He really cares what you do. I think to God what's more important is how. Whether you go into media full-time, you go into this company, you set up your own new businesses, the question is, will you do it in faith? Will you do it with fairness? Will you respect your employees? Will you treat your enemies as Jesus would treat His? That is more important to God. Yung pamamaraan, hindi lang yung direksyon. And in the last 12 months, to be honest with you, are we okay? Am I getting lost? To be honest with you, speaking to so many, is this my problem? Sorry. I just wanted to clarify. Did I get lost? Am I okay? Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Am I fine? Could you give me some indication? Yes, I'm fine. Am I here now? You're okay. Thank you. So in the last 12 months, talking to CEOs, different companies, again, here and abroad, can I just tell you this? Lahat sila naging SUV. Lahat sila SUV. Ano yung SUV? Naging simple. Simplified lives, right? You, naging unlearners ang mga leaders. They decided to unlearn many things that they held on to for too long. And then, vulnerable. Suddenly, they were open. Suddenly, they were willing to make mistakes. Suddenly, they were open to answers because they did not even know the questions. At sabi sa akin ng mga empleyado, Sir, malungkot kami dahil may problema ang kumpanya namin. Pero masaya din kami. Bakit? Dahil ang aming mga boss naging tao ulit. They became human beings with hearts again. What is your vision? Anticipate a brighter future. And finally, the last ABF. ABF natin, di ba? Anticipate a brighter future. Kanina, act with bold faith. Finally, act with bold faith. Accept the brutal facts. Anticipate a brighter future. Act with bold faith. Bold faith. Ready, aim, fire. Alam mo, pag nararamdaman mo na, lalo na pag may crisis, ready, fire! Saka ka na lang mag-aim. Popeye moment ang tawag dyan. Every time you watch Popeye, if you remember, there is always this one thing he says. Every time he says is, tapos na. Pag sinabi niya na to, every time Popeye would say this in every episode, guys, do you remember this? Come on, mga kabatch ko naman kayo, di ba? Every time Popeye would say this, could you tell me in the chat box? I'll give a prize to the person who can tell me. What is the one thing Popeye says? Every time he says is, tapos na. Every time he says this, tapos na. Solve na problema. Until he says it though, abuse will continue. Violation will not stop. Sige nga, can you tell me? What is the one thing that Popeye will say? In the chat box, I'm looking right now. Meron ba? Meron ba sa sinasabi? Ano sinasabi ni Popeye in every episode? The moment he says it, tapos na ang problema. Anyone? Blow me down? Spinach? Sabihin ko na. You know, ahoy? This one. That's all I can stand. I can stand no more. Congratulations, Edwin, you got it. That's it. Everything else is execution. But the decision making, hindi decision management eh. Yung iba, yung mga spinach, yung mga Popeye, that's all decision management. Decision making is when he says, that's all I can stand no more. Mali pa ka English na eh. Pero tama ang puso niya. Tama na ang puso. Enough of settling. Enough of complaining. Enough of mediocrity. Enough of being part of the problem. Enough! And when he says enough, that's it. Tapos na ang problema. Ready, fire, aim. Tumayo yung isang doktor. I remember this when Tom Peters said this in one conference. Ready, fire, aim daw. Sabi ng doktor, Mr. Peters. He's the one who said this. Yung ready, fire, aim. Huwag daw ready, aim, fire. I'm a surgeon. Are you telling me ready? And then fire. And then aim? What did Mr. Peters say? With all due respect, sir, the greatest advancements in the field of surgery happened in times of war. Because in war, the doctors had a very simple philosophy. You try anything and you try it fast. And because they tried new things, they discovered new approaches in surgery. And they advanced that field. And such is the case today, fellow leaders. Enough of hesitating. Iputok na natin. Whenever I see a successful business, someone once made a courageous decision. Peter Drucker, the father of management. Dapat papasok yung ulit. Not a well thought of, not a committee recommended, right? Not with statistic and data-based proven decisions, but a courageous decision. Courage, core, Latin, French, Greek, heart. Courage means heart. If you can fill the unforgiving minute, my dear brads who are here, with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that is in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Rudyard Kipling. If, bago nun, di ba? If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, except hold on when there's nothing in you but the will which says to you, hold on. Guys, Rotarians, leaders, it's time for us to act. I want to show you this last video and then I wrap up my time with you. Thank you so much. Can we play this? Sa mga nagdududa, feeling nila, matanda na ako, Anthony. Can I still make an impact? Let this video inspire you. Okay, ganyan ba ang feeling natin minsan mga leader? Pag hindi tayo tumitingin, ang mga kasama natin, iba na ang direksyon. Do you sometimes feel this way? O yan, nako, tinawon niya naman yan. Ang problema niya, pati pa ang misis kasama. Okay, so, do you sometimes feel like this? Fellow leaders, that you have lost control? Well, don't lose hope. Because this guy is smart. And I know you are too. Yan! Yan! Dapat ganyan. Just when they think, don't work harder, work smarter. Let me close with this. I want to show you a picture. And I want to close with this. This is a picture of my daughter, Ella, in one of her final races. Okay, one of her final races in Iron Kids. This is the daughter of Fernando Zubel, actually, a good friend. And they ran together. Okay, let me tell you the story connected to this. Can we erase that picture now? So I was running my first triathlon many years ago, maybe 15 years ago, invited by Fernando Zobel, Fredoy Tengsu, you know, this guy's die-hard triathlete. Ako naman, I wanted to be in their company, di ba? It's about networking, so I joined. Eh, hindi naman ako nag-training. Yabang po, feeling ko lang. So, after the swim, I survived, barely, and then the bike route, oh my God. That was, buti na lang, hills, you know? So you walk, and then whee, with the bike. But the run, I was nothing left. Kaya pala tinawag na triathlon yun, di ko alam, try, kasi tatlo. And then when I wanted to exit already, actually I already crafted my perfect escape, I heard a voice, Dad, don't quit! Oh my God. That was Ella. And then she said this, you're still not the last. What a motivation. I was still not the last, but I don't care. Even if I was the last, when your daughter tells you not to quit, you better not quit, right? And I didn't quit. And I wasn't the last, excuse me. There was a 75-year-old who followed me. But thank God I didn't quit. You know why? That picture you saw, that's one of the races of Ella. You know what? 5 years after me, Ella was running her last race in Iron Kids. It is a rainy day, so she slipped 3 times in the bike route. She started to run. You know, she was bleeding on her left leg, so I went beside her and said, "Ella, are you sure you want to do this?" And you know what she said? "Dad, just like you, I will not quit." And because she didn't quit, she won the gold. I just finished my race. She won first place. Dear friends, it's not about you. In this time of pandemic, it's what others will do after you. Because today, they're watching you. And the amazing thing here is, they might even do better than you. But the influence and the inspiration and the hope started with you. Accept the brutal facts, anticipate the bright future, act with bold faith. ABF times 3. Enough disturbance. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Sir Anthony. In the interest of open communications, the organizing committee wishes to provide you an opportunity to address our guest speakers and get additional information about the respective topics.
Take note of the allotted time for open forum after each presentation.
So type in your questions through chat.
Identify yourself and the club you belong to.
Focus on the agenda.
Do ask short and direct questions.
Limit your key questions to 3.
Rotarian Robert Serrada, our moderator, will ensure that your questions reach our speaker in due time.
And unanswered questions, given that we have allotted 10 minutes here, will be sent to the respective speaker for replies. And now that's all for our guidelines. I believe we are ready to see and hear the questions of our Rotarians. Very exciting.
If you have any questions, I'm actually chatting with you right now. So, thanks guys.
Let's get on to the first question here. Leadership is influence, but someone said influence is like a bank account. The more you see it, the less you have it. What is your thought on this, Sir Anthony?
I agree. I mean, when I ran the largest association of students, youth engaged in business in the world, by God's grace, I headed ISEC International before. I was based in Belgium as world president. I had 64 countries under my leadership. And I remember this one time when I wanted to quit because it was too difficult running this multi-language, multicultural organization. And my brother Francis, Senator Kiko, wrote me this note and he said, "Don't you quit, Anthony. You shine like a star because the world is getting darker. But you will notice the darker the night, the brighter the stars shine. And when you shine, you don't shine for yourself. You shine so that those who are in darkness might see." So it's not about drawing, right? Attention to yourself. It's that they might find value and apply it in their own lives. And I hope that's what I did today. It's not saying, "What a great speaker, Anthony, ang galing mo." Pero wow, I picked up some things that I can apply in my own life. Kasi pasahan lang naman to, di ba? So it's not about you, as I said. It's about people and what they will do after they engage with you. I hope that reinforces my earlier message.
Thank you, Sir Anthony. Now let's have our second question.
Who raw landscape my garden? Well, I'm not really just in my garden. This is, I'm in my balcony. Okay, so.
Wow.
and we have studio A, B, C, D, and E in our house. Talaga maghahanap ka lang ng magandang pwesto. Can I give you a tip, guys? Okay, just one tip. Because I teach presentation skills online. One tip. And I got this from my son, Donnie. Okay? If you want to present online and you're looking for a place in your house, forget everything else. Focus on lighting. Okay? Where the lighting is best, that's where you present online. And then you just add all the furniture after. So that's just a tip. Sorry, I didn't follow your instructions. I just answered something that came up. What was my best marathon time? Sub 4. Can I just say that? Tokyo Marathon. I'm not a world-class runner. I'm not Kipchoge. But I'm happy with my sub 4 time in marathon. I've done the 6 world marathon majors. And let's go. More questions.
Okay. Our second question comes from the president of the Rotary Club of Bacolod North, President Romy Lopez. How do you plan in an atmosphere of uncertainty?
Daily. Moment by moment. Romy, I use this as a guide. ABF times 3. Right? So, reality. I gave you actually a framework. Reality, okay, what's happening? Okay, what's changed in the last hour? What's changed in the last 24 hours? What are the brutal facts? What are the beautiful facts? Acceptable. Okay, bam, go to the vision. What are our goals? Do we have to adjust our goals? Do we have to lower our greed, manage our greed? Do we have to compromise on goal 1 and focus on goal 2 at this time? And then, boom, act with bold faith. Okay, so what are we going to do? What are we going to focus on? So, ABF times 3. I used to work with Manny Pangilinan, and I headed the PLDT Smart Foundation. For a while, he asked me if I could help set that up, and I set that up for him. And I would attend certain board meetings, and he asked me, Anthony, just remember the first Pacific way. Maybe some of you have worked with him. What is the problem or opportunity? Always. Number 2, what are the options? And number 3, what is your recommendation? You never attend a board meeting of the PLDT group if number 1, you don't know what the problem or opportunities are in your area of engagement, and you don't know the alternatives, and you don't have a recommendation. Tatlo lang. The rule of 3. I think that's a very practical approach from in planning, in a time of uncertainty. You want 2? Okay, I'll go down to 2. Peter Drucker. Sabi niya, simple lang ang kanyang change management strategy before he died 7-8 years ago. In a world that changes so quickly, what is his change management formula? Number 1, determine what you'll absolutely not change. Wow, can you imagine? 2 steps, yung ba yung step 1 niya? Determine what you will absolutely not change, which means your non-negotiables. And then number 2, open yourself to changing absolutely everything else. For as long as your non-negotiables are clear in a fast-moving, changing world, you gotta be willing to negotiate everything else. Dapat madali kang kausap.
Very nice. I captured that perfectly. Thank you so much, Sir Anthony. All right, I believe we have question number 3. Let's head on to it. And this question, how can you influence our future leaders?
By example. And it hasn't changed. I do a course with John Maxwell called Leadership 360. And you want to influence people above you? Competency. Anybody above you, even an authority to you, will listen to you and will be influenced by you. In a sense, you lead him or her if you're competent in what you do. That's why you have to focus on a particular area of competency. Kasi kung ikaw ang pinakamagaling dyan, kahit mga bossing makikinig sa'yo. Kasi sila ang, di ba? They will get the credit if they listen to you. But if you're not competent, they will pay the price if they listen to you. You want to influence people across you? The next letter C from competency is complementation. You got to complement, right? You got to add value to them. They must see you as a collaborator, not as a competitor. Does that make sense? If I add value using my skills and talents all around me, then I will be a networker, right? I will be a value added wherever I go. And finally, it has not changed. If I'm going to influence people below me, it's still by my conduct, because they learn more by observation than by instruction. And it's not perfection, guys. It's authenticity. Magpakatotoo ka lang. Pag sumabit ka, di umamin. Pag nagkamali, mag-sorry. Magpakatotoo. The 3 C's.
Wow, thank you for that, Sir Anthony. And I think we have one last question. This comes from a fellow Rotarian from the Rotary Club of Bacolod Central, past President Gardenia de Eret. Sir, how can you help readily a person whose mindset is always negative?
Great. Now you have a purpose for being. Kaya tayo nilagay ng Diyos dahil may mga taong saradong isip. Kung bukas po ang isip nila, kung walang pasaway, hindi na po tayo kailangan. Maghanap po tayo ng ibang lugar kung saan tayo magli-lead at mag-i-influence. So seriously, the very reason why you are there is because you were meant to lead and influence that person. Saradong isip. Paano bang buksan ang kaisipan ng isang tao? Well, let me just share 2 things. There are only 3 ways to motivate another human being. Then you'll think. Yung dalawa, alam na natin. Carrot or stick. Diba? You want to influence, you want to lead, you want somebody to open his mind, carrot or stick. Bigyan mo ng incentive, carrot, right? Bigyan mo ng bonus, or stick. Diba? Takutin mo, pwersahin mo. Both work. Not all the time though, but both work. That's the carrot and stick. But guys, the most powerful motivator to change anybody's mind is not hope, not the carrot, not stick, not fear. Hope and fear are important and powerful. It's self-expression. That's when you allow the person to be himself or herself. Nasabihin niya kung bakit sarado ang isip niya. Ano ba ang kanyang kinakatakutan? Bakit siya nangangamba? Meron ba siyang pinagdaanan? You know, when a person expresses himself, it's like a painter. Right? A painter who paints his masterpiece never paints his masterpiece out of fear. He does not paint a masterpiece out of hope. Pagkano ko ibibenta to? He paints a masterpiece in moments of expression. So if we can allow people to express themselves, especially in times of transition like where we are right now, the most neglected part of change by leaders. And I took a 2-year course just on change in INSEAD in Singapore, a masteral course. The most neglected part of change is transition. Alam natin yung simula. Klaro sa atin ang ating dulo kung saan natin gusto pumunta. Pero yung in-between, bahala na. Kaya na yan. Fight! No, that's when they need you to listen. That's when they need you to hold their hands. Doon ka dapat nakikiramdam. Empathetic. I said I'd say 2 things. So one is know the 3 motivations: hope, fear, self-expression. And the second thing is the law of connection by Dr. John Maxwell has never really failed me. Those who get along with you will go along with you. Leaders touch a heart before they ask for a hand. Puso muna. Bubukas at bubukas yan. Saka tayo magtrabaho. I hope that helps.
So much juice that we got here, more inspiration and more hope. With that, we thank you once again, Mr. Anthony Pangilinan. Maraming salamat po. Got that, and
God bless you
dig
guys.
that. And now we head on to another special surprise that we have for each and every Rotarian, our raffle.
Now here are our guidelines. Only those in Zoom are eligible to join the raffle.
Raffle is not sponsored, endorsed, administered, nor in any way associated with Zoom.
Winners are drawn electronically at random.
Name of the winners will be flashed on screen.
You have one chance to win daily.
And the raffle items to be won will be delivered right to your doorstep. And now that we know the mechanics and guidelines, let's head on to the first raffle prize.
Wow.
One winner is going home with a spoof t-shirt. Let me show you a sample of what you're going to be going home with. Just right here. Yep, you got that right. It's not the North Face, it's the cute face. What else do you have right
This is perfect fit for me. This is
All
my
right.
size.
Let's get on to our first winner. Who is she or who is he? Congratulations! From Rotary Club of Central Iloilo City, this is Ilya Angela Salveron. Congratulations!
Wow, congratulations. I think we have another winner for the spoof shirt. Can we have our second winner, please? Our second raffle winner is from Rotary Club of Zamboanga City North, Arnold Nunag. Congratulations.
Heading on to our third winner, still going home with the same prize. Who is this Rotarian? Ooh, from Rotary Club of Bacolod North, Chick Garcia. But then again, this is our host. So I think by gift, we're gonna wave it and we're gonna get another winner. Let's roll it one more time.
Thank you, Governor Chick.
From Rotary Club of Calibo, Joel Mercurio. Congratulations!
Okay, I think we have another winner for our spoof shirt. Make it me, make it me. Our winner is from Rotary Club of Bacolod, Marapara. Congratulations to Rotarian Stella Lopez.
All right, congratulations, winners. 4 t-shirts done, and let's go to the 5th prize. One winner is going home with a brand new P88 power bank. And this is for Rotary Club of Bacolod Central, May Castro.
Wow, that's from my club. Congratulations, May.
So congratulations to our first batch of raffle winners. More to come later on.
Cats is a sung-through musical composed by Andrew Lloyd Webber based on the 1939 poetry collection Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats by T.S. Eliot. It tells the story of a tribe of cats called the Jellicles and the night they make the Jellicle choice, deciding which cat will ascend to the Heaviside layer and come back to a new life. Grisabella, a one-time glamour cat who has fallen on hard times and is now only a shell of her former self, tries to capture some of the magic of the ball, but she is too old. Trying to dance is painful, and alone it is pointless.
Turn your face to the moonlight. Let your memory lead you. Open up, enter in. If you find there the meaning of what happiness is, then a new life will begin. The time I knew what happiness was, let the memory live again. Burned out days of smoky days, the stale of cold smell of morning. A street lamp dies, another night is over, another day is dawning. Daylight, I must wait for the sunrise. I must think of a new life, and I mustn't give in. When the dawn comes, tonight will be a memory too, and a new day will begin. Sunlight through the trees in summer, endless masquerading. Like a flower at the dawn is breaking, the memory is fading. Touch me, it's so easy to leave me all alone with the memory of my days in the sun. If you touch me, you'll understand what happiness is. Look, a new day has begun.
The King and I is the fifth musical by the team of Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein. It is based on the experiences of Anna Leon Owens, a British schoolteacher who is hired as part of King Mongkut's drive to modernize his country. Anna not only meets the 15 children she will tutor, but also Taptim, a recent junior wife of the king, who is secretly in love with Lunta, the man who brought her to Siam. The lovers meet under the cover of darkness.
I have dreamed that your arms are lovely. I have dreamed what a joy you mean. I have dreamed every word you whisper when you're close to me. How you look in the glow of evening. I have dreamed and enjoyed the view. I loved you so that by now I think I know what it's like to be loved by you. I will love, be loved by
And now to introduce our next speaker is the District Conference Chairperson. May I please welcome on stage past President Nestor Emmanuel Junjun Halandoni III.
Henry Lee III, or Hanky, and I first met in college. We were both lucky enough to be accepted in one of the toughest courses in our university. We both barely survived calculus, linear programming, and operations research. While we were in school, I already saw the entrepreneurial spirit in Hanky. His t-shirt business in college was doing well. School organizations would order from him. After college, we both went into business and did not get to see each other anymore. I came back home to Bacolod and Hanky stayed in Manila. The only difference now is in the numbers we both deal with every day. Not in the number of employees or staff under our care, but in the number of zeros. He deals with 6 figures or more, and I deal with peanuts. Several years later, I would hear about Hanky from classmates and common friends. Hanky turned out to be one of the most successful businessmen in our batch. You may have heard of Spoof's t-shirts, which we will raffle off over the course of our district conference, or Candy Corner, which is spread all over the country, mainly in SM malls. Spoofs and Candy Corner are very successful businesses which our classmates in college established. But when we compare what we had all managed to muster, none of us come close to Hanky. He established one of the most successful boutique hotels in the country, the Henry. In spite of the pandemic, he has continued to grow his business with hotels in Manila, Cebu, and Dumaguete. More properties are currently being developed in Batangas, Boracay, San Vicente, and Coron. Let me now turn you over to my good friend, Hanky.
Good afternoon, everyone. June.
Hi, Hanks.
Wow. Hi. Thank you very much for that very personal introduction. I truly appreciate it. Yes, you're right that we have not seen each other for what, maybe 30 years, and it's so nice to see you again. So thank you very much and congratulations. You have, I see that you have about 300 plus participants here. So congratulations on this successful district conference. When June invited me to share my story here in the district conference, I immediately said yes, right? Because I was honored at the privilege. Can I tell you a little secret? Can I tell you a little secret? It's because at a young age, I was also impacted by Rotary. And that's the truth. My father, I hope you don't mind, I gave him the link also here of this conference so he could listen in, was a past president like you, June. He was a past president of a club called RCBM, or Rotary Club of Bagong Bayan, Manila. That is in District 3810. So he was a president in the early 90s. And when he was serving, not only as president but a part of the board, the motto of, I still remember this, the motto of service above self, right, was role modeled to me by both my parents. Because my mom also was very active as a Rotary Ann. I don't know if you still call it that, but she was very active as a Rotary Ann. She was also a past president of the Rotary Anns. And I recall the various medical and dental missions, the fellowship and learning during the monthly meetings that they had, and my experience in Japan, because I was brought there because of youth exchange, right? I am truly grateful for this experience because of Rotary, and from what I saw during my experiences with Rotarians, you are all the movers and shakers of not only your businesses but your respective regions. I see everyone, from Iloilo to Bacolod, everywhere, right? So you are the movers and shakers of your own regions and your own industries and your own businesses, right? And I'm sure all of us, all of you, including me, can relate to the situation we're in. Let's not let's not sugarcoat this COVID-19, this situation we're in, this pandemic that we're in, where our world is in, our country is in, our businesses are in, our careers, our families, even ourselves are in. This is what they call a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. This is such a, once every 100 years, right? It's such a uncertain time, right? And I am definitely not exempted from this, right? My business is just like what Jun said, is I'm into hospitality, and then my brand is the Henry Hotels and Resorts. What we do is we develop, and then we manage hotels, resorts, right? So we have 3, Cebu, Manila, and then our newly opened one in Dumaguete, right? And I'm sure there's not only me who's a hotelier here. I'm sure in the audience there are also other hoteliers, right? And they'll attest to this. So June said about zeros, right? So there are days where our sales are really zero, right? We are next to airlines. I think hospitality is the most impacted industry, right? But if I can share my mindset on this, what is my mindset? I'd like to share that I'm grateful, not only to survive at this time, but actually to forge ahead. Since this pandemic, we were able to finish construction and actually open our very first resort, which is Dumaguete. We opened Dumaguete last December of 2020, right? Imagine, I am based in Manila. Imagine how we were able to manage opening, construction, people, that by remote control. We did that since March of 2020, right? We were able to do that. We're now, just like what June said, is very, and I updated, we are developing resorts in La Ia, Batangas and Boracay. We plan to open that by early next year. And then we have 2 more resorts in Palawan, right? That's opening year after, which is 2020. So how did I arrive at this point? A point of being blessed and grateful and forging ahead, right? So if I may share my 3 key learnings since that March 2020, and then after that, it's gonna be quick, and then after that, I attended the last part of Anthony's talk, and we can do a Q&A after. You know, if I may put an anecdote, Anthony mentioned about ISEC, that he was a global president of ISEC. Actually, ISEC during college was one of the also an impactful organization to me, as I was also active in that international student organization. Okay, so what are the 3 things that I'd like to share with you today? One that has changed my mindset and caused me to forge ahead, right? So I'd like to share one principle. It's the first one. It's mountaintops inspire us and valleys mature us. I remember my mountaintop. My mountaintop was 2011. Prior to jumping into hospitality, my business was called Yellow Cab Pizza Company. I was one of the co-founders of that, Yellow Cab Pizza. And we were able to build literally a world-class brand, right? And we were expanding all over the Philippines. We had branches from Baguio to Davao. We had more than 80 stores. We were about to, that year, we were about 2011, we were about to hit 100 stores, right? And we, not only in the Philippines, but we had stores in the US, reversing. It was a local Filipino brand now expanding abroad, right? We had stores in Malaysia, we had stores in the US, and we had stores in the Middle East in Qatar, right? And then we would open, I befriended the owner of Starbucks, and we would open Starbucks restaurants Starbucks coffee shops beside each other, right? And we were competing toe to toe with Pizza Hut and Shakey's. So 2011 was my mountaintop, because that was the time that somebody saw the value in Yellow Cab and made us an offer that I couldn't refuse. Right? And we sold, right? But today I'd like to share with you, today is my value. Today is actually these times is actually one of my deepest times. Right? I'm journeying in it now. I'm not yet out of the woods. I'd like to say that I'm in the midst of a storm, right? Actually, I've lost 25 pounds and actually added a lot of white hair, right? Not only that, my staff have reduced work days. There are days, again, when there is zero occupancy, right? There are days when I have to dip into my savings and even pay for salary and electricity, right? And in this valley, a few months back, I came face to face with the 3 most powerful words somebody can ask themselves. Actually, it's only 6 letters, 3 words and 6 letters. And that is, who am I? Who am I? I question everything about myself. I forced myself to go to the very core, right? And it is really a re-examination of my very being. Over the past year, what has happened? I've revisited my purpose. Why am I here? What am I on here? What am I on earth for? Re-examine my values. What do I hold dear? What is my North Star? What are they? Right? I changed my priorities. We all have priorities: work, family, spouse, self. Where do they fall? Community, where do they fall? I assessed even the principles that I also hold dear. It came to a point that I listed down 11 of the people I'd like to journey with the rest of my life. Actually, that one of those 11 is the speaker after me. His name is Joey Marcel. Right? And then I also assess my gifts, my strengths, and also my weaknesses. Right? So this literally this valley that I'm going through right now is continuing to mature me and change me. Right? The second point I'd like to share with you is I always have a choice. I realized that I always had a choice. And actually who we are today is a result of all our choices. I chose to share my story and speak to everyone here today, to accept Junjun's invitation. All of you chose to become Rotarians, to serve other people, right? You chose to attend this district conference so you can learn from Anthony, from me, and all the other speakers, including Secretary Fernie, right? You chose, right? You also have a choice whether you want to listen to me now, or you want to look at your phone, or even to believe me or not, right? I realize that I have a choice, and that choice is actually mine. During the early months of the pandemic, I made a choice to. I wrote this down. So if you don't mind, I will read it. I wrote these words down in the depths of this valley, right? Before I made a choice to be stressed, to panic, to be overwhelmed, to doubt, to worry, to be anxious, to be angry, to be envious, to be overwhelmed, to be desperate, to be frustrated, to be drained, to be helpless, to wallow, right? To surrender. I wrote these words down because I remember, and I'd like to share that. That's why I share with you today. But instead, I made a choice. I chose to hope. I also wrote this down. If you don't mind, I will read it. Hope, trust, to pause, accept, reflect, introspect, maximize, restart, to be courageous, to reframe, to rediscover, to go back to basics, to relish, to rethink, to renew, to reinvent, to redefine. I saw the theme I saw the theme. Rotary opens opportunities, right? So it's actually this pivot of the mindset that allowed me to see opportunities rather than crisis. So it is also a mindset, right? That Rotary opens opportunities, right? And maybe if you open an opportunity, you close crisis and you put them out the door. And the third one is focusing on my strengths, right? So I told you I made the list. What are also my strengths? I also put it down. And in the strengths, I wrote down the strengths of our business, right? What we're doing now. And the strength is, there are three strengths. First is really the clarity of vision. Our vision is actually very simple. If I can share with you, it's to redefine and elevate Philippine hospitality. That has been my quest. If you guys are in the neighboring region, right? So Occidental. So if you cross over to Oriental to Dumaguete, do give the Henry Resort to Dumaguete a visit. There we showcase really the best of the Philippines. That was the old South Sea Resort. For those who know, we've reimagined the South Sea Resort. So it's something every Filipino can be proud of. And it served, us opening that resort, served as a continuous beacon and an inspiration, not only to our staff, but also to other hotel owners who want us to help them manage their properties. It has also served as a beacon, actually, for the Secretary of Tourism to visit and see why at this point in time we are opening. So si Secretary Berna Puyat was actually in Bacolod. Diba? After Bacolod, a few weeks after, she went and visited Dumaguete naman. I was with her in Dumaguete, and she really wanted to see why a brand like us would continue to develop and open at this point in time, right? Another strength of ours is a committed CEO, a committed COO on my end, my chief operating officer, and my leadership team. I saw the strength of that. They have deep roots in hospitality. They understood hospitality, and they had experience in that. Right? And C, our strength in branding. Right? Our brand is really, I'd like to call it, we are a little giant in the industry, right? We punch above our weight. It's because we're giving, even though we are only in Cebu, Manila, we don't have 300 rooms, 400 rooms, 500 rooms, but we continuously win these awards that place us in the top 25 hotels in the Philippines. So imagine that, alongside, the Shangri-Las of the world and the peninsulas of the world, we stand alongside. And not only that, in terms of the brand, we own words in the minds of the consumer, right? When people think boutique hotel, they think of the Henry, right? And it's something that I learned in my Yellow Cap days. It's about the power of the brand, right? So these three things I wanted to share with you. As I end, I'd like to repeat that, right? And I can open up to questions also, right? So it's this thing. It's in spite of this VUCA world that we are in, right? In spite of this VUCA world that we're in, I continue to forge ahead, right? Because I recognize that this valley that I'm going through continues to mature me, make me a better person, making me a better businessman, right? And two is, I have the power to choose. I have the power to choose whether to wallow, whether to feel defeated, to feel helpless, or to approach things from positivity, to approach things from hope. And the third is, I have my strengths. I realize that I have these strengths and I am leveraging on these strengths. And there is actually, in these times like this, there is no other time. Do not rely on your weakness, because it will take a long time to strengthen. Just rely on your strengths. So there, thank you very much for listening. So, and having me here share with you my journey so far. So thank you very much. Thank you, June, for inviting me again.
And once again, thank you very much, Sir Hanky. Now we move on again to our forum, and here are the guidelines. In the interest of open communications, the organizing committee wishes to provide you an opportunity to address our guest speakers and get additional information about their respective topics.
Take note of the allotted time for open forum after each presentation.
Now type in your questions through chat.
Identify yourself in the club you belong to.
Focus on the agenda.
Do ask short and direct questions.
Limit your key questions to 3.
Rotarian Robert, our moderator, will ensure that your questions reach our speaker in due time.
And given that we have an allotted 10 minutes in this segment, unanswered questions will be sent to our respective speaker for their replies. Now that we're ready, let's head on to the first question. All right, we have to make sure that, again, i-type nyo po. You take this opportunity to go and throw in any questions that you have so that at least ma-address naman po natin. I believe Sir Hanky is very much prepared to answer these as well. I hope may questions ka din.
And of course, you have to make sure that you write your name as well as your club so that you can be recognized.
That's right. Thank you very much for being very participative. Also, later on, just a reminder, we again encourage all of our Rotarians who are watching right here to stay tuned. Wag po tayong mag-exit all the way till the end of our program for today. We encourage you to be right there. Tutok lang po tayo because especially in our raffle later on, we will be giving prizes sa mga winners na online and part ng Zoom natin. So if you're not in Zoom, nako, sayang. We cannot give you your prize and we'd rather wave it to someone who is present. So stay tuned, everybody. We are just making sure that all questions in the chat box is just but reflected. So make sure that if may questions kayo dyan, lagay ninyong name ninyo and other details so that we can acknowledge you as well. Here we go, question number 1.
Okay, our question number 1, our speaker. This comes from Rotarian J.R. Villaruel from Rotary Club of Calibo. Living in a VUCA world, what are your tips in serving more in the community?
Is an organization that is strong on service, diba? Actually, now that it's a VUCA world, all the more that we need to serve. Right? I also, aside from my business, I also serve in another organization, right, called Entrepreneurs Organization. I served as his past president last year. And actually, now that it's so uncertain, imagine if we feel this, all our countrymen also feel this, right? We are in, if you think about it, in our respective areas, we are what, the top 5% of the nation. All the more we have to serve, all the more we have to serve others because others need our help. Physically, right? Spiritually, emotionally.
Very, very well said. Thank you so much, sir. Now let's head on to the second question that we have. Let's see this. This question is from past President Robert from, of course, RC Bacolod North. Let's hear this. What is your advice on SMEs? How do we survive this challenging time?
As SMEs, it's really like what I said, right? One of the things that it was for me was understanding really who I am, right? Because when you say understanding who you are, it's everything that drives you, right? And understanding who you are, for me, will translate also to what you do, right? Because for me, if, let's say, the hospitality industry, yes, to those who ask, that behind me is the Henry Manila. So if I, for me, this was just a plaything. Hospitality is just a plaything, right? I would have already surrendered. But I said, no, this industry or this hospitality, I see opportunities in this. This is me. This is my business. So that's why I continue on. I soldier on, right? And this is actually the test now. That's why I said the valleys mature us, right? This is a test. Whether do you want to continue on? Do you really believe in your business? Right? It is a test. Because if you really want to continue your business, you will find ways. You will find ways to survive. You will find ways to forge ahead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Henry. Now, I think we have one more question. Okay, this question comes from the president of the Rotary Club of Bacolod North, from President Romy Lopez. Sir Hanky, as a businessman, what are your main realizations during this pandemic to survive and even thrive?
It's basically what what I shared with you, these three things, that I realized during this pandemic. It's realizing who I am as a person, as a businessman, right? It's also me focusing on my me focusing on my strengths, right, and the power to choose. Actually, there's one more thing that I did not share. It's this. If I can share it, it's the best things in life are not really things at all. So that's what I learned also in this pandemic.
Thank you very much, Sir Hanky. All right, let me just ask, do we have further questions in the chat box? There's one more. Let's watch this. From President Toto Lopez of Binalbagan East. In these challenging times, how are you able, or how will we be able to balance business interest, which is profit, to your social responsibility and humanitarian cause?
Actually, for the Henry, one of our pillars is actually what we call celebrate the Philippines. So other companies use the word CSR, right? So kami, we do not use CSR. Basically, social enterprises and local enterprises are deeply ingrained in our ecosystem. We buy from them, we support them, we showcase them in our properties, right? So from everything from coffee to, we even have an Honest Henry store where there is no tindera, but it's by a social enterprise, right? So for us, this is deeply ingrained, right? So as we move forward, they also profit, they also bring along with us, and that's how we balance it, right? Actually, I cannot say the word balance it. Even because we are affected, they are also highly affected, right? But they hang on to us, right? They hang on to our coattails because they know if we are able to succeed, they're able to succeed also. I hope that answered it.
Thank you very much. I think we have one more question for our speaker. And this question comes from a member of Rotary Club of Bacolod North, President-elect Kendall Ang. He's asking, is there a silver lining in this pandemic?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. So sa akin, the silver lining here is, first is understanding who I am. Diba? If you take stock of who you are, if you're clear in terms of who you are, moving forward, it's going to be easy. It's going to be easy to say yes to things, but it's going to be also easy to say no to things, right? That's personal. No? In terms of family naman, imagine this. Sorry. Instead of business naman, diba? So, what is a silver lining to this? That's why I see the opportunity, right? Eventually, when this is all done and over, it will. Everyone eventually will get vaccinated, right? One of the things that you will do? Maybe eat in a good restaurant, right? But what's another thing that you can do? It's you can travel, right? So as the economy is open, as people are able to travel, the idea on our end is our properties by that time will also be open. So that is our silver lining. So tiis lang ngayon, survive.
Amazing! The pivot in trying to understand and see our personal silver linings. Thank you very much. Kung sa ano nga yan, yung commercial, saan aabot? Hanggang saan ka aabot? Pushing yourself to the limit. And with that, we thank you, Sir Hanky. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's go back to our raffle. Yes, and of course, my club will not forgive me if I will not make a shout out to all the members of Rotary Club of Bacolod Central's watching, especially to past President Lulu, who must be scrolling, the Zoom for good-looking attendees in this convention. Keep doing that. Past President Lulu and single guys, you might want to look for past President Lulu as well. Anyway, our guidelines for raffle this DISCON, only those that are in Zoom are eligible to join the raffle.
Yeah, so let me just stress that out. You have to be online in order to be a winner. So, if natawag yung pangalan natin that we're not online or we're not in Zoom, we're gonna have to raffle off the prize again. Second guideline, raffle is not sponsored, endorsed, administered, nor in any way associated with Zoom.
Winners are drawn electronically at random.
The name of the winner will be flashed on screen.
You have one chance to win daily.
And once won, the raffle items will be delivered right to your doorstep. Heading on to the second batch of raffle, this is our first prize. Again, giving out, I think, 4 spoof t-shirts, and we'll show you a couple of them. Here's what I'm holding right now. Tan-tan-tan, fed up. Naku naman, sana ma-inspire tayo sa sabi ni Sir Haki, wag naman tayo ma-fed up dito. Alright.
Parang someone did this with intention. Sa akin to.
Anytime fatness. Okay. So
sa akin na lang to.
So inown mo na talaga. Alright, here we go. Here is winner number 1. From Rotary Club of Bongao, we have Zenny Arbilera. Congratulations! Yep, that's for you.
Congratulations. And the Anytime Fatness spoof shirt will go to our next winner. Make it me. Sino kaya? From Rotary Club of Bacolod North, Rotarian Mike Tomas, but as agreed, members of Rotary Club of Bacolod North will waive the prize to other members. So we'll look for another winner for the Anytime Fatness spoof t-shirt. Okay, so the spoof t-shirt number 2 goes to a member of Rotary Club of Metro Rojas Central, Rotarian Salvacion Gadong. Congratulations.
All right. So, wala siya. Not online, not in Zoom. We're gonna have to roll again, and this shirt is for...
A member of Rotary Club of Haro South, Rotarian Clar J. Maravilla, are you in Zoom? Wala din. So we have to look for another winner.
All right, one more roll.
Okay. This time, a member of Rotary Club of Calibo, Rotarian Generoso Trieste. Congratulations. Sadly,
Still
wala
not
din.
Iniiwasan kaya kasi anytime fatness.
Parang
walang
made
gusto
for
umang-
me, ah.
All right, one more roll, please.
Okay, how about from Rotary Club of Jimenez, Rotarian Junix Salinas. Wala
Nako! All right, just to clarify and encourage everybody na magtutok rin ha, maybe you're using a different name, so we encourage that you use your name sa inyong account online in Zoom. And in case you are present, do comment down below. Let's make this interactive. Another roll, please.
The winner of this very elusive Rotary Club of Victorias, Rotarian Jo Marie Amar.
Yes!
And he's in Zoom. Congratulations.
All right, may umangkin na ng t-shirt. Let's have another shirt, and this is for... Rotary Club of Metro Calibo. This is Melrose Lon, and congratulations! This one's for you.
Congratulations, Megs. Okay, another winner. Let's have another winner. This time for, wow.
One winner is going home with a brand new Yubao M1 speaker. And this is for...
From Rotary Club of Bacolod, Rotarian Pauline Kwaikong. Congratulations.
All right, so that was our second batch of raffle. Congratulations to all of our winners. That's already a tip na lahat po tayo ng mga Rotarians tutok and be online. Stand by because up next we have more surprises.
The Phantom of the Opera is a stage musical whose central plot revolves around a beautiful soprano, Kristen Day, who becomes the obsession of a mysterious, disfigured musical genius, Eric, living in the subterranean labyrinth beneath the Paris Opera House. But in this song, Christine and her lover, Raoul de Chagny, confess their love for one another, prompting the heartbroken Eric, the Phantom, to enact his revenge and make Christine his.
No more talk of darkness, forget these wide-eyed fears. I'm here, nothing can harm you. My words will warm and calm you. Let me be your freedom, let daylight dry your tears. I'm here with you beside you, to guard you and to guide you.
Every waking moment, turn my head with talk of summertime. Say you need me with you now and always. Promise me that all you say is true. That's all I ask of you.
Let me be your shelter, let me be your light. You're safe, no one will find you. Your fears are far behind you.
All I want is freedom, a world with no more night, and you always beside me, to hold me and to hide me.
Then say you share with me one love, one lifetime. Let me lead you from your solitude.
Jesus Christ Superstar is a 1970 rock opera with music by Andrew Lloyd Webber and lyrics by Tim Rice. The story is loosely based on the Gospel's accounts of the last week of Jesus' life. Much of the plot centers on Judas, who is dissatisfied with the direction in which Jesus is steering his disciples. Contemporary attitudes, sensibilities, and slang pervade the rock opera's lyrics, and ironic allusions to modern life are scattered throughout the depiction of political events.
So out of hand, you'd have managed better if you'd had it planned. Now why you choose to go back in time in such a strange land? If you come today, you could have reached your whole nation. Israel in 4 BC has no mass communication. Don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong now. Don't get me wrong. Where he's at, is he where you are? Could Muhammad move a mountain, or was that just me? Or did you mean to die like that? Was that a mistake? Or did you know your massive death would be a record breaker? Don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong. I wanna know, I wanna know now. I wanna
Ladies and gentlemen, please meet the cast of The Great White Way, starting off with our champion for 2019 NOPSEA Vocal Duet Competition, Jerian Panisales. And our grand champion for the Pop Music Festival of Panaad sa Negros, Charles Kevin Tan. And our silver medalist and most outstanding awardee for 1995 Yamaha Electone Festival, Michael Tangbase.
Now to introduce our next speaker is our very hardworking District Secretary, past President Carlo Joseph Carlo de la Cruz.
Our third speaker is more than an entrepreneur because he is also an excellent IT professional. He makes sure that business will always be on trend when it comes to technology, health, and people. He is a veteran marketing professional with more than a decade of marketing experience, including stints as Senior Sales Engineer at Feathers Coppel Incorporated, Director of Millionaires in Business, Director for Training of Vision Unlimited Incorporated, CEO of League of Business Builder Incorporated, and a CEO of the Big League Enterprise Incorporated. He holds a master's degree in business administration and a bachelor degree in industrial management engineering, minor in mechanical engineering from the De La Salle University. He is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Sante International, the Barley Authority Company. He is also one of the board of directors of Big League Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker, Mr. Jesus Joey Marcelo.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, my friends, kababayan, and of course, it's always a privilege for me and an honor to speak in front of friends, and I consider, of course, the Rotary Club as my friend. Also, I was invited already in several Rotary clubs speaking engagement, and it's an honor for me to be here in your activity, in your event. Anyway, what I'll do right now is just to share to you my journey in the middle of this pandemic, and maybe in a way I might be able to inspire some of you in terms of venturing into not new opportunities but how to pivot in order to be in line with what I don't want to call this a new normal, but I'd rather call this a better normal. Okay, what's happening to us for the past few months or years is really unprecedented. Okay, we didn't expect that this will happen in our lifetime. Okay, but since it happened already, the question is, what will we do? Okay, at the end of the day, I always believe in the saying that it's not what happens to us that matters most, but it's what we do with those things, of course, that happens to us. All right? So, lahat tayo nabigla. Kahit kami, nabigla rin kami. We think we are prepared, but apparently when the pandemic happened, nasya kami. Diba? So, at the end of the day, just have to keep calm, be cool, because as leaders in our organization, people look up to us, especially our employees, our customers, our family. Okay, they're looking up to us, and at the end of the day, our strength will be their strength. Okay? Makitaan nila tayo ng panghihina, at the end of the day, manghihina rin sila. What I would like to share to you, of course, this evening, okay, is a topic that I've been sharing, okay, in our organization for quite some time already. Right? By the way, our organization, Sante International, we are a 100% Filipino-owned company. Okay, but right now we're blessed, okay, to have offices in 8 different countries. And right now, we already have our own facility in New Zealand, okay, as the source of our products. And what I'm doing for the past few months is not only inspire people, our distributors, our management team here in the Philippines, but also all over the globe. Because during these times, the least that we can do is give hope to our people, right? Sabi ko nga kanina, we are the strength of our organization. Pag nakitaan pa tayo na medyo nanghina tayo, it might be challenging not only for them but for their families. Okay, let me just share my screen. Okay. I've entitled my topic, okay, The Perfect Storm. I don't know if some of you have watched this movie a couple of years ago, okay? So let's talk about the perfect storm, okay? Opportunities in the post-pandemic world, okay? And to get the ball rolling, okay, this is the first question that I have asked myself during the early days of the pandemic, March, April, na-shock lahat. Could you imagine? We're operating a business today and tomorrow we have to shut down the office, okay? So what do we need to do, okay? What can you do to thrive in the post-pandemic world? Let me just give a very brief introduction before I dive into the perfect storm topic. Okay, what can we do to thrive in the post-pandemic world? This is according to McKinsey & Company. Okay, number one. Okay, as entrepreneurs, as professionals, okay, we have to serve our customers the post-COVID way. Maybe the old usual way of us serving our clients, serving our customers, even serving our family, okay, is still during the early days. Okay, tinatawag nating old normal. But during these times, we have to pivot and find ways on how to serve better our customers during these times of pandemic or even after the COVID, the post-COVID way. Number two, we have to change the way we work. Kung nung unang panahon, in fact, prior to COVID, one of my friends is encouraging me, Joey, why not consider work from home? Sabi ko, hindi, iba pa rin pag nakikita-kita kayo sa opisina. And here comes the pandemic. And for the past 1 year, we have more than 100 employees in the Philippines. For the past 1 year, 90% to 95% of our employees are working from home. At na-realize namin, oh, it worked. Pwede naman pala. So at the end of the day, for us to thrive in the post-pandemic world, post-COVID world, we have to change the way we work. We have to change the way we deal with our customer. We have to change the way we deal with our employees. And sometimes you have to realize that we have to change also the way that we deal with the government. And of course, at the end of the day, may kasabihan nga tayo, it's not what happens to us that matters most. It's what we do with those things that happens to us. If there's a need, we need to find new business opportunities. And we don't have a choice, okay? I have a lot of friends who's into business, different brands, different business opportunities. But some of them really decided to pivot and find something new, okay? Because if not, they know that their industry right now is a bit challenging. And they don't want to wait for the old normal to come because it might not happen. And I do believe that it will not happen 100%. Maybe partly, but not 100%. Let me present to you the perfect storm idea, okay? Based on definition, a perfect storm is an unusually severe storm that results from a rare combination of meteorological phenomena. But let me define this in business sense, okay? The perfect storm in business is an unusual, severe opportunities that results from a rare combination of business phenomena. So for the past few months, I've been studying about this, and I believe that during these times, at least for our industry, okay, I'm into the wellness industry, by the way. I know that there's a rare combination of business phenomena that if I can just grab that opportunity, it will be something big and something huge. Alam niyo, at the end of the day, I believe that what's happening to us right now can just be a preparation for something big. Alright? There's a challenge, obviously. Marami na si challenge ngayon. And the least that we can do is believe that something great is about to happen in the coming years. Perfect storm, okay? I remember this movie, Two Storms, okay? Nag-meet somewhere, you call that a perfect storm. If it's a real storm or typhoon and you're in the middle of that storm, you're dead. But if we're talking about business opportunities, okay? Several business opportunities meeting in one place and you're in the middle of that storm, that's a huge opportunity. Let me just share to you just an idea, okay, of 3 storms that we can see that's happening right now, okay? This is something that is not about to happen. This is something that's already happening. In fact, I'm already into our business for the past 20 years already. And even day one, I've been talking about the perfect storm with a different title. During that time, my title is The Law of Trend, okay? But recently, I've realized, 20 years ago, we've been talking about this. It's just that 20 years after, mas naging clear that the perfect storm is really something worth looking at. Let's talk about the first storm, okay? I'll be talking about 3 storms right now. Let me present to you the first storm. Okay? Storm number 1 is what I call the wellness storm. You know, 20 years ago, we've been talking about a topic coming from an author named Paul St. Pilzer, and the book is entitled The Next $1 Trillion Industry. Okay? During the early days, they saw the opportunity when it comes to wellness. What's the reason? Because according to study, the baby boomer market are getting old. Okay? Baby boomer from 1946 to 1964. Okay, marami sa atin baka wala na sa baby boomers. Nasa Generation X. Some of us. Okay? So, baby boomers, they want to feel healthy, they want to look better, slow down aging, prevent diseases, okay? And during the early days, I can still remember this, okay? The prediction is for wellness to be the next $1 trillion business. Pero I saw a statistics, I don't know, this is not updated, this is 2017, but I saw a statistics that's 2017, wellness is already a $4.2 trillion business. With the boom of healthy eating habits, okay, wellness tourism, fitness and mind-body, personal care, beauty, anti-aging, it's a $4.2 trillion business. Now the question is this, okay, when I saw this slide, the question that I asked myself is this: Joey, are you benefiting or earning from wellness, or is wellness earning from you? At the back of my mind, nakita ko, wow. And I saw this several years ago. But let's talk about the present. During those times, we're promoting that prevention is better than cure. Okay? But at the end of the day, during our early years in our business, our products are health and wellness products. More often than not, people will buy our product because they are sick. Even though we're promoting that prevention is better than cure. But look at what happened during these times. Maraming tao ngayon, they'll be buying products, food supplement, health products because they want to protect themselves. They want to boost their immune system because that's the least that they can do. And wellness during these times of pandemic, sobrang laki. I don't know the statistics right now. Maybe it already doubled. And could you imagine in the coming years? Where is wellness going? Of course, on our end, aside from our main product, okay, our main brand is the Sante Barley brand. Okay, it's already available all over the Philippines via direct marketing. But we also have a business that has a challenge right now because we've set up a huge fitness facility. It's part of wellness, but we have to pivot. And right now, our fitness trainers are doing training via Zoom. So we have to pivot also. But I know that there's a huge market when it comes to fitness. Maybe challenging lang yung pagpunta sa gym right now, but there's still a huge opportunity when it comes to fitness. Storm number 1 is the wellness storm. Ask yourself this question: is there really a huge opportunity when it comes to the business of wellness? Let me present to you the second storm, which I won't find it hard to present anymore because most probably you're already aware of this. Storm number 2 is e-commerce. I still remember 20 years ago, all right, year 2000, all right, what I'm presenting to my colleagues and friends is the word coming from the mouth of Bill Gates. Ano yung sinabi niya? If your business is not in the internet, you are not in business. 20 years after comes a man named Jack Ma, which I believe you all know Jack Ma, all right? Siguro mas maganda, let me just present to you a very short video of one of the interviews of Jack Ma. And then let's proceed with the second storm. So please watch this very short video.
Year 2030, more than 85% of the business will be e-commerce. 99% of the trade affairs will be online. Today we see made in China, made in America, made in Switzerland, or made in Geneva. 2030 we see made in internet. So today all the business, I love to be big business. I'm sure in 2030 you want to be small business because you have to be flexible. And 80% of the business at that time are small business, and 80% of small business at that time have to be globalized. If you're not globalized, you're dead.
That's a very powerful word coming from Jack Ma. If you are not globalized, you're dead. During these times, could you imagine? If your business, kung yung ginagawa natin, trabaho natin, negosyo natin, cannot be done via e-commerce, it will really be very challenging for us. But of course, there's a huge opportunity. Because knowing that e-commerce, internet is already there, our market is not only here in the Philippines. Our market can be a global one. During our early days in our business, okay, prior to this pandemic, we do presentations in our offices, in different offices all over the Philippines. We have branches also in Iloilo. We have one of our biggest branches in Zamboanga. We have a branch in Osamis, Pagadian, southern part of the Philippines. During the early days, whenever we do presentations, it's always in the office. But now, of course, we don't need it anymore. Okay, every week we do presentations at the comfort of our homes, broadcasted globally. And even our 7 countries were able to attend those events. Storm number 2, e-commerce. This is not the future. This is already the present. The question lang is this, di ba? Will you do whatever it takes to make your business or your profession adapt to this very big storm? Let me present to you the third storm.
Year 2020.
The third storm is the home-based business storm, which is a fast-growing industry all over the globe. Sabi ko nga, during my early days in the business, it's not that I don't like, but yung idea of working from home is something aspirational but challenging. Okay? During our early days in the business, okay, we were promoting a home-based business to our distributors all over the Philippines. Okay? Meaning you don't have to leave home to do a business. A good topic, pero hindi na-realize. But come COVID, this pandemic, everyone is at home. And we've realized that we will not only survive, but we can thrive if our business is conducted right at the comfort of our homes. Of course, there are challenges. Alam naman natin yan. There are challenges. Okay, there are issues when it comes to working from home, such as slow internet connection. Okay, is our home parang conducive to do business or to do work? But of course, at the end of the day, we don't have a choice. Okay, we need to find something. We need to do something in order to adapt, because home-based business is a trend that is here to stay. It's not something that is the wave of the future, but it's the wave of the present. These 3 storms are the storms that we've adapted during times of pandemic. A sudden pivot is what we need in order for us not only to survive, but to thrive. And let me just share this to you. Okay. 3 storms, of course, the e-commerce storm, home-based business storm, and of course, the wellness storm. Listen to this. This is very exciting. Of course, these 3, wellness, e-commerce, and home-based business, these all represents enormous financial opportunities. Kumbaga, kung nasa wellness ka, or e-commerce, or home-based business, okay, either of these opportunities alone has tremendous potential to create new wealth. Now, the good news is this. If you can just combine 2 or 3 of these opportunities, it will enable you to create what we call as the perfect storm. This is an opportunity that will thrive in the post-pandemic world. A bit challenging, especially if you're not into this. Pero ako, alam nyo, honestly, nagulat ako. During these times of pandemic, I didn't realize that some of the people in our organization, right, some of the seniors in our organization, will still thrive when it comes to e-commerce. Some of them who doesn't know how to use the internet managed to learn in a short span of time, and right now they are doing digital marketing. They are doing Facebook boosting, Facebook marketing, social media marketing. They pivot in a short period of time. Why? Because they don't have a choice. They wanted not only to survive, but to thrive. Well, to end, let me just share to you one more topic before I finally close. Okay? Let's just call this ECQ, the second wave. All right? But of course, this is a different ECQ. So I would just like to leave you with this before I finally close my presentation. E stands for, during these times of crisis, you have to equip yourself. This crisis is a preparation for something big for you, whether professionally or business-wise. How are you spending your time? How many books have you read during these times of pandemic while staying at home? Have you spent time learning new ideas, learning new businesses or opportunities? If we want to thrive in the post-pandemic world, we have to equip ourselves. Friends, mga kababayan, ang challenge ko sa inyo, while we are at home, while the COVID crisis is still here, this is the perfect time for us to equip ourselves, okay? While travel activities are limited. You are not only giving yourself a favor, but you're giving your organization, your company, your family a favor also. Number 2, create momentum. C. This is the right time for you to create a momentum. Momentum, lahat sa atin mga kapatid, we are we are on a momentum. But the question is this: is your momentum moving forward or moving backward? I am really hoping that everyone in this Zoom call, their momentum is moving forward. If you are still waiting for the old normal days to come back before you start gaining momentum, the game might be over. This is the best time to create momentum towards reaching your ultimate goal, towards creating something new, creating better opportunities. And of course, last but not the least, Q, quality of life. Ask yourself this question: how's the quality of your life? How's your eating habit? Do you exercise regularly kahit na nasa bahay ka lang? How's your relationship with your family, your kids, your spouse? How's your relationship with your creator? Have you been achieving even simple goals during these times? Being in business, being a professional, it's more than just earning money. It's having a better quality of life compared to who we are prior to pandemic. And of course, at the end of the day, I just like to inform you, because I know that I'm talking not only to Rotarians, but leaders in the industry. Leaders are like lighthouses. They are not needed on a great day. They are needed in a storm. Ask yourself this question: are you on your way to your second wave? Whether last year was a great year for you or not, it really doesn't matter. Because it's over. Tapos na yun. It's already gone. It's already in the past. The second wave is about to unfold. It's huge. It's unbelievable. It will make this year your best year ever. And as the saying goes, let's not put this good crisis into waste. Thank you very much for your time, and of course, God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joey Marcelo. But moving on, we now head on to our forum, and here are the guidelines. In the interest of open communications, the organizing committee wishes to provide you an opportunity to address our guest speakers and get additional information about their respective topics.
Take note of the allotted time for open forum after each presentation.
Now type in your questions through chat.
Identify yourself and the club you belong to.
Focus on the agenda.
Do ask short and direct questions.
Limit your key questions to 3.
Rotarian Robert, our moderator, will ensure that our questions reach the speaker in due time.
Given that this segment is timed to 10 minutes, unanswered questions will be sent to the respective speaker for their replies. And now that Sir Joey is ready, why don't we head on with the questions?
For our first question, this comes from District Governor nominee, Rotarian Mate Espina. Does that mean that we should not worry so much about opening up the local economies and businesses must exert effort to translocate to e-commerce or virtual world?
During these times, let me just say to you, based on my perspective with regards to my industry, we don't have a choice but to really embrace e-commerce. In fact, what I'm doing right now, if you'll ask me, what's our company is into wellness. But what I'm challenging our team right now is to develop our company to be a tech company that sells product. Because at the end of the day, I know that the future is technology. The future is e-commerce. We're in the process of finalizing our mobile app. We have a mobile app already, but it needs to be something that can be used not only by our clients in the Philippines, but globally. In short, e-commerce is something that's parang, kumbaga ang question ngayon is, ang e-commerce ba can be adaptable to my business? That's not already the question, because the question is, will your business survive during these times without e-commerce? So I believe right now is really the right time for us to embrace this technology. There's a lot of ideas available in the market. Okay, there's a lot of good consultants. Okay, and I know that every business, okay, as far as I'm concerned, okay, can pivot via using e-commerce as a means of communicating to clients, customers. Even just to give you some ideas, even some of my friends who's into the restaurant business, they felt so challenged when the COVID-19 happened. But during these times, they're thriving because they're using the strength and power of e-commerce to reach their customers and to reach their clients. And right now, it's not yet, of course, yung happy days, ano? But at least they're thriving and they're surviving.
Thank you very much. That's right, because everything is online. Now let's head on to question number 2. This is from President-elect Kendall Ang from RC Bacolod North. What is your advice on brick and mortar businesses? How can they adapt to such opportunities?
Even on my end, I also have brick and mortar businesses. But at the end of the day, it needs to adapt, okay, to quickly pivot for it to survive. Like for example, one of our business right now deals with bicycle parts. Okay, we have a bike shop. There's a bike shop wherein, of course, we wait for people to go to our stores to buy our products. But the challenge is this, all right? During here, especially here in our location, ECQ, MECQ, we need to close down the shop. So my partner doesn't have a choice, which I presented to him already, the challenge that we have. Right now, we're communicating with our clients via social media. And whenever they need, okay, some of our products, what we do is we develop a drop shipping facility for them to avail of the products that we have. Kasi alam namin kung maghihintay lang kami for our customers to go to our stores, the challenge is our stores are closed right now. It's not allowed to be open, all right? So what we do is we bring the business directly to our clients and communicate with them via technology. And right now, in fact, okay, that business of ours who's struggling for the past 2 years happened to hit a record-breaking sales last 2020. Okay, bicycle parts. Okay, although we can say that bicycle parts, bicycle nowadays is one of an essential product na lumalakas talaga ngayon. But I believe even for brick and mortar products, they can pivot to e-commerce. I just don't know the exact answer based on the nature of the business, but I always believe that it's possible.
Thank you, Sir Joey. Now for our third question. From past District Governor Jude Doctora of Rotary Club of Metro Bacolod. Hi, Rotary is in business of service to community. Any idea how we can take advantage of e-commerce to serve our community?
Together with the speaker before me, Hanky, we're part of an organization. Okay, and one of our goals also is to reach to our members. Okay, what we can do right now, talking about what I'm doing in our organization, is we reach the community via, of course, technology. Okay, we give services to our people, training, giving them hope via events like this, via Zoom events, via social media. We try to make it a point to communicate with them regularly. Okay? As the saying goes, there's no such thing as over-communication during these times of pandemic, and the least that we can do is make our people feel, our group feel, okay, the people surrounding us to feel that we're just there to guide and support them. The only thing that we can do right now, okay, is to give hope to people, and I believe that's one of the things that Rotary can do also. Okay, as part of serving the community. Of course, there will be a time where we can go out again to give our services directly to people. But during these times that, transportation or travel is really restricted, I think we can find time by touching people's lives, even virtually.
Salamat po. Next question. Past District Governor Mark Anthony Ortiz from Rojas says, or asks, what would you advise the resort or tourism industry?
Okay, thank you for that question. Just like what my friend a while ago, Hanky, mentioned, because he's into that business also. Definitely right now, okay, there's really a huge challenge when it comes to tourism industry, and I totally understand their current position right now. Okay, the least that we can do right now, I don't know the exact answer to that question because I'm not into that industry, and the least that we can do is find ways in order to fulfill the needs of corporations right now. Okay, talking about tourism, my challenge right now is We've recently acquired a resort also in the middle of this pandemic. What I'm trying to do is find ways to pivot that resort in order for it to cater to organizations and corporations. Okay, so I don't know if the strategy will be right, but right now I'm in the process of consulting people because I know that definitely there's an answer to my question. Okay, I know that there's a huge opportunity when it comes to tourism in the coming days. During these times might be a good time for us to prepare for that big opportunity that will happen. It's just that I'm not into that industry right now, and but I know that in the coming days there will be a huge opportunity when it comes to tourism. People will still want to go out. People will still want to go to the beaches, to resorts. People will still want to travel.
Thank you very much. And I think we have two more questions. This comes from President-elect of Rotary Club of Bacolod, President-elect Pauline Quaicong. What motivates you to do what you do?
I love that question. Right now, we're blessed to have created a company that didn't only survive but thrived during this pandemic. And what inspired me most are the people around me. Okay, we're a company with around 200 to 300,000 distributors, not only in the Philippines but all over the globe. Okay, specifically in 8 countries we have presence, but other countries we also have distributors, and most of them are Filipinos. My passion right now is to find ways in order to give their families food on the table. It inspires me a lot to not only survive but thrive because I'm thinking of these people. And during times of pandemic, what excites me most is seeing our distributors, our employees, okay, our families and their families thriving and not only surviving. In the coming years, based on the projection of the company, okay, we're very bullish with our projection. We know that we can grow more. In fact, this year we'll be opening up 2 more countries. And our people are our inspiration. And the reason why we're still here, okay, in as much as there are times wherein you want to rest already, you want to take time to maybe a week or 2 rest. Kasi alam ko, during these times, akala natin nakapagpahinga tayo. Hindi. Ako, I've been doing Zoom calls every hour of the day. Wala kasing travel time ngayon. There's no time to relax. Zoom call after Zoom call. But what makes me excited and do some more, it's simply because I'm inspired to help our people, not only in the Philippines, but all over the globe, survive this crisis. And it's happening, and I'm happy, of course, to share that to you.
Thank you, Sir Joey. On to the last question for this forum. From Rotarian Vic Singh, online scam is also proliferating. What is your advice on how to avoid being victims of these online platforms?
At the end of the day, as the saying goes, there are always good and bad apples in the industry and online scams. In fact, this morning I was watching a YouTube video of a blogger attacking online scams, and there's a lot of online scams. My challenge always to people, okay, looking for opportunities online, is try to don't just be too excited with huge opportunities being offered online, especially investment opportunities or a promise of a get-rich-quick scheme. Try to research on the company. Check on the background of the company. Definitely there are informations online about that company. And if it's a scam, may makikita kang mga blogs or topics about that company or people questioning that company. Just be very careful. Alam naman natin during these times, marami challenge, there's a lot of people na walang trabaho ngayon. Pero it doesn't mean that we will jump into an opportunity without due diligence. Alright? Napakarami talaga ngayon. And it's so sad because there's a lot of people na ginagamit itong pandemic na to, alright, to scam people. And it's so sad. So what we can do is just, make our due diligence before we jump into an opportunity.
Maraming salamat. Mr. Joey Marcelo, everybody. Thank you so much, sir. And now, everybody, this is the last batch of raffle thoughtful, giving you ample time to be online. Here are the guidelines.
Only those in Zoom are eligible to join the raffle.
So remember, be online. Tutok na sa Zoom. Raffle is not sponsored, endorsed, administered, nor in any way associated with Zoom.
Winners are drawn electronically at random.
The name of the winner will be flashed on screen.
You have one chance to win daily.
Raffle items to be won will be delivered to your doorstep. Alright, so before we head on there, let's just make sure more chances of winning for everybody. Be online. Tutok na. Don't leave before we go to the first prize. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are you online also? Baka manalo ka.
I hope so.
Alright.
Hindi ako na-disconnect.
Here is the first raffle prize. One winner is going home with a brand new sports cam. And this is for from Rotary Club of Zamboanga City Central, Victor Liozo. Sorry, but not present in Zoom. Let's raffle off again. From Rotary Club of Bacolod, Guy Marichu. Ay, sayang. Still not here with us in Zoom. One more time. From Rotary Club of Dapitan, Carlene Montilla. And that is a yes. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Now for another winner of Sports Cam. And the winner is from Rotary Club of Bacolod, Rotarian Ann Binette Perez. Wala din, sayang. Let's have another winner. I hope it's there in Zoom. From Rotary Club of Kabangkalan, Rotarian Juan Villaluz.
And he's present. Congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations.
We still have one more sports camera to give, and this is for our Rotarian. Rotary Club of Metro Bacolod, Carlo Joseph de la Cruz. Present right here.
Oh, our district secretary is waving.
If only I can pan the camera so that you can see everybody here. They're all doing this.
Can you transfer it na lang
let's
to
wave
me?
it. Let's wave it. Let's give it a one more raffle, please. Rotary Club of Calibo, Rotarian Claire Taiko. But missing in Zoom. Let's roll the raffle again, please. One more time. Rotary Club. Ay, nako, hindi ko na i-continue kasi Bacolod North. Mag-roll na lang tayo ulit.
Grabe.
One more time, please. Rotary Club of La Paz, Oliver Centeno. Still not part of us in Zoom, so I think we're gonna need another name again, please. Let's keep it up. From Rotary Club of Bacolod West, this is James Apuliano. Yes! And we have a winner. Congratulations.
Okay, this time, to win a media pad. Okay, let's roll. Media pad winner is from Rotary Club of Calibo, Rotarian Edsel Marine. Congratulations. Wala din. Those that are attending, make sure you message your club members to please log in kasi we still have a lot of wonderful prizes to raffle. Sana ito nandyan. From Rotary Club of Antique, Rotarian Caroline May Desalate. Congratulations!
Yes, and we have a winner. All right, let's go to the next prize. One winner is going home with a brand new Wow Wi-Fi LCD projector. And this is going home with
the MCs.
From Rotary Club, hindi ko na itutuloy pa yung binabasa ko. Roll na lang tayo ulit. Let's wave that. From Rotary Club of Iloilo South, Rosendo Cesar Arandela III. Our president is not here with us online. Nako, sayang. So we're gonna need to get another name, please. Rotary Club of Zamboanga City Central, Carrie John Pio. Still not here with us. We're gonna need to roll again, please. From Rotary Club of Sagay, Sinigayan, Brian M. Nase. Hoping is here. Still not here. Need to get another name. From Rotary Club of Calibo, Rosie Reyes, and that's a yes! Congratulations on your new projector.
This time, to win our grand prize today, to be our winner for an iPad. Let's roll! From Rotary Club of Rojas, and I think it's there, Rotarian Jose, I missed the last name, Pagtanak. Congratulations for your new iPad.
Buti na lang online. So to all of our winners, a very big congratulations. And once again, to Rotary Club, maraming salamat. Thank you very much. But if hindi kayo nanalo sa raffle natin today, baka bukas. Kaya take note na, tutok tayo, be online, and be in Zoom. Now, as we move forward, up next, the announcements by the District Secretary for Rotary Year 2020 to 2021. We welcome on stage Past President Carlo Joseph Carlo de la Cruz.
Good evening, fellow Rotarians and friends. We hope you had a great time joining our first day of District 3850 Online Conference 2021. We have a total of 310 participants for today's event via Zoom and Facebook Live. Thank you very much for all your support. For tomorrow's activity, April 24, we will have 3 more interesting speakers to share their expertise. Former NEDA Director General Ernesto Pernia, who will talk about health is economy. Father Nicanor Ostrasiaco, who will share about COVID immunity. And our very own transforming president, Ariana de la Serna, from the Rotary Club of Antique, will talk about youth service. After that, we'll have our district business meeting, which will be headed by past District Governor Rafael B-Boy Hoxon from the Rotary Club of Bacolod North. And last but not the least, let us all again show our support to our District Governor, Luis Mariano Gonzaga, as he present and welcome our future leader of Rotary International District 3850. Thank you, fellow Rotarian, and see you again tomorrow.
And to formally adjourn DISCON Day 1, let's welcome back our District 3850 Governor, Luis Mariano Louie Gonzaga.
Wow! What a fantastic first day of our district conference. Tomorrow is just another way of saying, let's look forward to some more. For now, I adjourn our first day of the district conference.